guys, Nilesh here. I'm just unmuting you. If you want, you can mute yourself.
Hello everyone, good morning. Hello.
Yeah, Rajesh, I'm just muting myself and unmuting every participants. Okay.
Okay, I'm just checking out with this whether I can interact with them.
Okay.
Nilesh, you don't have a GoToMeeting. Why you are sending that webinar links? GoToMeeting should be good, right?
We used to use this GoToWebinar only for ending the session. That's why I'm using this GoToWebinar too. Okay.
Okay, fine. Let's get it started.
Okay. And I guess one quick information. If you're not able to mute yourself, please ping us. Then we will mute from our end, because we have 9 participants. It will be a bit difficult to search who is mute and who is unmute. Okay. Fine, Rajesh.
Yep. Okay. Hi Atul, can you hear me? Chinmay, Lakshmi, Manjunath.
Yes, Nilesh, we are able to hear.
Okay, great. Guys, if you have any question, please speak up, because probably it's a webinar, so I won't get the see this window where you guys are asking questions or something, because for that I have to click on the some icon, and that will take up my window screen actually. So let's be interactive in the call itself and stuff like that. Okay, so let's get started. So as we had discussed last time, I remember today's agenda is like a kind of open. So I have my own agenda to talk about and cover that things. But do you have anything which you would like to cover from your point of view, your side, which you want, which basically you are particularly looking for the solution for the same thing? Any agenda from your side?
Hi Rajesh, this is Muthu here.
Hi Muthu.
Hey, morning. I hope you remember last time we discussed about providing access for branches.
What is it? Branches?
Yeah, access particular to the branches. Say for example, I need an access to only for that particular branch.
Branch access. Okay, on which tool? Git you are talking about?
GitHub.
GitHub. Okay,
yeah.
So here is the thing. GitHub, there is no as such branching is there. Like if I tell you GitHub branch-based access permission is not there. Branch-based access permission is not there. So let me show you, and but if you use the Gerrit, which is from the Google, they have a branch-based access solution. So let me see. This is the one of the repository, Hello World Maven. Okay, and here if you see that issue, and I have admin access on it. So issues, pull request, where you're going to pull projects, wikis, pulse, graphs, and last one is setting, where all the permissions and all is been maintained. But here if you see that collaborators, here you have no any what do you say, the branching based access and all. Just you need to add the collaborator and everyone will be having the read and write access. Here you have branches, as you can see that, and there's no as such like where, but what you can do, you can enable that some of the branches pushing activities, but you will not be able to stop them doing modification in their repository. The reason is very simple. Why we are not having any permission based in the branches because of Git is working in a distributed manner. So that means you have a Git which is controlled by you. This is the Git which is controlled by someone else. This is me. This is someone else, and all kind of things. And everyone hit to the central repository. Okay?
That's right.
So
That's right, Rajesh. My question is actually, say for example, I have a 3 branches: master branch, support branch, and release branch. Okay, and I gave a permission to support branch and the release branch to the developers to check in the code. Okay, to check in and check out the code. And I don't want to give access to the master branch. Even though if I protect the master branch, they were able to push the code, right?
okay, so here is the thing. If it is a master branch, I just said again, if it is a master branch under the local, support branch under the local repository, or release branch as a local repository, then they will be able to do everything whatever they want. But when they are pushing up, you can block them some of the access from here. So protect branches to disable force pushing, prevent branches from being deleted, and optionally require status check before merging. And these options you have it on the GitHub, but you cannot stop anyone to do any branch modification in the local. You're getting my points?
So I mean local in the sense GitHub repository, right?
No. When I say this is you, okay, Muthu, this is you, and this is a GitHub. So here you have a branches, master, release, and support. These places you can do everything whatever you want. There's no access mechanism which you can apply on your local repository. But the moment you're pushing to here, you can stop users just to stop pushing. Nothing more than that. Okay. So here that's what you can.
Okay, but they can commit, right? I mean, like they can check in the code to the master branch, right?
Yes, they can commit because the committing is happening in the local.
But they cannot push into the remote repository.
That's correct. They cannot push it until you enable this functionality. I mean, if you're enabling this functionality, then they'll not be able to push it. So if I protect branches to disable force pushing. So if I enable it here, I'll add it, then they'll not be able to do that. Okay, so here you have to check all this, protect these branches, require full request reviews, this, that, and all kind of things. Okay.
But there is no branch level access privilege,
no,
right?
Because Git is working in a distributed model, so there is no as such. But one more thing, if you are using a Git from the Google, which is a solution, I don't know if you are using GitHub, that's very good. But if you have not implemented any Git repository hosting solution, then Google Git is one of the solutions which you would like to try it for. There you have a very fine-tuned SELs, and then it will serve your purpose of your locking out the branches and all kind of things. Here, this one you can try it.
Okay. Fine, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Any other topics which you want me to discuss? Anyone? Any other topics which you want me to include as part of the today's demo program?
Today, are we going to take a Docker also, Rajesh?
Yes, because I remember in the last sessions we were having the Docker which was incomplete. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to show you and remind you the Docker demo, through the Docker demo, and then I will give you the around 2 hours of the lab time. Will that be fine?
You need to see.
Okay. What else? Guys, you have to speak up. If you're not allowed to speak up, please do let me know through chat. So I will make sure that you guys are able to speak up.
Hey, is there a possibility that you can cover versioning concept?
Versioning concept, I can cover versioning concept, but this was already we had covered as part of our program workshop actually done in Bengaluru. So what I will do, yes, I can cover that. That's not a problem, but I will have to check the timing. So if you get the time, definitely we'll check the versioning concept with the Git. Will that be a fine for you?
Yeah, that would be good. I think we did not cover this actually. Maven, we are looking at Maven versioning concept.
Okay, you're talking about not in terms of source code versioning, you're talking about the Maven versioning. Is that
Maven
one?
Yeah. Whenever we are
Okay.
doing a release, right, we need to do some versioning.
It's not a big topic, so I can cover this one. Any other topics which you want me to include? Guys, speak up. Let's conclude the agenda because I have my agenda which I'm going to tell you. But before that, I would like to have your agenda if you have come up with.
So you are going to cover end-to-end, show a demo on end-to-end DevOps, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, no problem. So what you're going to do, if you have something in between, you can definitely add it and I will incorporate as part of the flow. So let's get started. So we'll do the Docker stuff probably after the lunch hour. Okay, that way we'll do the quick demo. And because the last demo and lab was spoiled because of the network infrastructure issues and sort of things. So what you're going to do, I'm going to show you the demo and the lab, and then I'll also explain the Maven versioning and any other questions, whatever you have. So I hope you are able to see my screen, right?
Rajesh.
Yeah. Okay, let's get started. Just give me 2 seconds. Okay, so let's get started. So as I said, like last time we had a discussions, like I'm going to incorporate all this stuff, like I'm going to show the whole, demo from the project inceptions to the releases and things like that. So let's discuss about it. So first thing, we do the planning, right? Planning, requirement analysis, and all these things, we do that. And that is very cool because we find out the requirements and scoping, cost structure, this, that, and all. We create a forms, we create a task, we create a projects and all those things. So all these things I'm putting together in the one bucket that's called planning of the software development. Okay, so planning phase. So planning phase, as part of the planning phase, what we have to use some tool, right? So what are the tools we are going to use it? So I'm going to use a Jira for this. Okay, so Jira is one of the tools which can be used for the multi-purpose. It can be used for the incident tracking. It can be used for the bug tracking. It can be used for the task tracking. It can be used for the project management and sort of things. So many things it can be possible through Jira. Okay, and this is all about the planning phase. Now next one is after the planning, what happens after the planning? Developers get the task, incident, bugs, enhancement request, and all this stuff. So this is called source code management. Source code management, source code management, and that is the one of the tool which we have used, I think, prior in this training was Git, right? So source code management, we use the Git, and some of the questions you guys have asked as well in the Git. So you are using Git and GitHub. Yes, same thing I'll be using for my demo purpose also. So we have a planning phase, Jira. We do the planning using Jira. We do the source code management in Git. Okay, and what else? So after that, we writing the source code, what we do? we do the static code analysis, because developer has to write a nice code. If they're not writing a nice code, and remember all these things we have discussed already in the first sessions, I believe, importance of all these pages. So I'm not going to dig out again on the same topics. So just a second, I will have to. Yeah, that's fine. Recording is done, I think. Yeah, session is being recorded, so that's fine. Yeah. So okay. So planning phase, we did the Jira, source code management, Git, and then code reviews. Okay, we need something, because whatever the code is been written by the developer, this has to be reviewed, whether it's a quality code or not, whether it's a right code or not. It has some memory issues, performance issues, and all this stuff. So that we are going to use the SonarQube platform. Okay, so SonarQube is one of the tool which will manage the code review with the help of PMD, check style, find bugs, and many more things. Okay, so we are going to use one of the tools that's called for the static code analysis and code review, SonarQube. If you are using some of the tools like code review tools like a code collaborator, which is a peer code review tool. Okay, some of the other tools like Gerrit, which has the inbuilt capabilities to do the code review. So there are so many solutions available, and I'm going to use SonarQube as one of the popular platform. Okay, so now we did the planning phase where we got all the requests. Now developers take the request from the Jira and do the development in Git. He's working in the Git, pushing all the codes in the Git, and after that, the ones that he has pushed the code in the Git, we'll do the static code analysis. We'll review the code and then in the SonarQube. After that, once the code is reviewed, everything is proper, cool, nice and all, we'll have to convert the source code into the binaries. That is called build management. Okay, build management. And how we're going to do that build management? We're going to use one of the tools like Maven, but we can use other tools as well, like MS Build, Gradle, and sort of thing. So as of now, as part of this demo, I'm going to use the Maven because one of the popular and Java based, and I think you guys are also very familiar with the Maven build system. So okay, so build management system, I'm going to use the Maven. Okay, so once we have a Maven which will help us to build management, what about the packaging? So packaging, normally I am using jar, and in fact Maven has the same capabilities. So we're going to use, in fact we're going to use the var as well for the demo. So jar and var, we're going to use it in terms of packaging. So once we have a package ready, okay, once we do the build, you do the packaging, once you have a package ready, you're going to keep it somewhere. And that nowadays we're not keeping it in FTP directories and shared drives or something like that. We are keeping in repository, and that's called artifact repository. Sometimes we call it binary repository and things like that. So we're going to use the artifact repository system, artifact repository system management, and we're going to use Nexus, and I am sure you guys are familiar with the Nexus. Nexus is one of the tools which is very popular, and we're going to store all of our artifacts in the Nexus. After that, once we have deployed everything into Nexus, okay, once we have to deploy to the n number of QA boxes, right? We have a package available right now, but you have to deploy in the QA boxes, and where the QA boxes will be happening. In between, let me introduce some of the more process here, like a JUnit, which is important before packaging, unit testing, and I'm using JUnit as my sample project is Java based. So unit testing done, packaging done, artifact management, repository management system using Nexus is done, and after that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to deploy. So deploy to where? Deploy to, of course, QA boxes, right? Deploy to QA boxes. Now, deploying to QA boxes, it can use a lot of solutions. Trust me. Here you can use, deploy and something like that. You can use the Chef Puppet. You can use the Ansible. You can use the shell scripting also. If you feel like it, using customized for the same. So there's a lot of ways in which you can deploy. Okay. What are the deployments we are going to talk about? Okay, I'm going to use, and then another ways to deploy that I'm going to use Docker. So I'll show you the Docker. Guys, can you hear me? I can see this is
Yes,
Can
yes,
you hear
yes.
me?
Yeah, it is fine now.
In between, there was
Okay.
a lot of uh, lost in your message. Deploy to QA boxes, you were talking about various options. So we understand Chef and Docker you are going to use.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so now after the deployment to the QA boxes, what things we want to do? We want to do the testing. Okay, we want to do the testing. And in fact, testing we have so many solutions. We run the Selenium, QTP, this, that, and all. And I will try to incorporate the Selenium as part of this flow. And then once you do the complete accepted testing, then you do the code coverage. And code coverage is a process. And let me tell you one thing. If you are not understanding any of these things, please speak up so I will explain it, because it's been 2 months of time frame. I'm not sure about what are the things we have discussed, but I believe like I start always with the introduction round and then try to explain all the phases of the software development life cycle. So probably I have covered, but if not, if some of you have a question, please do speak up. I can talk about little bit more in elaborative manner. Okay, so we do the code coverage, code coverage using that Jacoco. So we have so many solutions like Jacoco, Kobuchura, Kubernetes also can be used. Emma part of it also can be used for the code coverage. So we have a Jacoco, and once we do the Jacoco, and then we do the happily release. Okay. Release, and this is where we do the release, and then we are happy about it. Okay, but the thing is, we've been doing all these activities from last so many years we are doing it, and there's no differences. But the thing is, what we are trying to make a difference today is like this used to be happen, let's say in 1 week if you want to complete flow, or 2 weeks or 5 weeks or 1 month or something like that, or sometime also it used to take lots of time, like 6 months also. This time what you're going to do, you're going to integrate all these phases together, make it everything automated, and you're going to make it in, let's say, 10 minutes or something. Okay, and that's that is what the purpose of this training, DevOps training. We'll have to shorten the time of the duration. We have to integrate together, we have to work together. So remember here, in order to automate everything, you have to work together as a team. So here you are architect team, here you are a programmer, here you are having the code analyst, here you have a build engineering team, here again programmers, here you have infrastructure team, here you have again your infrastructure team, here you have a ops team, here you have a testing team, here again you have a testing team, and then finally the product release team. So everyone is working together to make it happen in 10 minutes, because alone it cannot happen. The purpose of this training, like, we'll have to integrate, and integrate is important because we've been doing all these things from last many years, but we'll have to integrate now. So we will start from this one, planning phase. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up the infrastructure, and I'm going to show you all this stuff from the scratch. So during the setting up the infrastructure for all the phases, I am going to use the Docker, and that way I'll have a quick demo as well, and you can understand the power of Docker as well. So what I'm going to do, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the machines actually, and I always use the Amazon. The reason is very simple. Give me, hello. Hello.
Hey, Rajesh, Mohan here. I have one question.
Yeah,
Can you
please.
go back to Notepad?
Just a second. Yeah, tell me.
Rajesh, what is that artifact repo management?
Can you speak up loud, please? I'm not able to hear you clearly.
What is that artifact repo management which we are using Nexus? What it does? Yeah.
Yeah. So remember what we do. We create a package of jar, var, exe, msi, tarball, dmg file for this. So all this package we created, but where we want to keep these packages. So we are using one of the tools which is called artifact repository management system, so where we can keep the artifacts in an easiest way. And Nexus is one of the popular one. We do have a many other like Artifactory, NuGet, Archiva, and many more, where we keep the packages, binary packages.
Okay.
Rajesh, this is Vinay or Rajesh.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, Rajesh, is there anything that we can integrate for performance testing?
Performance, yes, very much we can integrate. That performance related things will be integrated in the testing phase. So whatever the performance testings you want to do here, so you have to integrate in the testing phase. So it has to be as a part of the testing process.
Do you have any corresponding tool as part of that you can kind of focus on?
So most of the performance tool, if you look at it, there's no open source. So like, so those are the tools. So we won't get it easily. But I could set it up this one, but it required more times. Like I need to get the license, trial license, permissions, and then show you the demo and sort of thing. So that's not possible right now.
Okay, fine, Rajesh.
Performance tools, most of them are like, in fact, you can do the incorporation of the performance tool in the Selenium also. Again, what are the solutions? Because a lot of solutions are available. Which tool you are using, it's up. It's like completely different. So may I know which are the tools we are using for the performance?
We do an external performance on load runner, and we also use automated test scripts for yeah, performance. I couldn't say performance, but load runner is what we are presently being using.
Okay, so what I will do, I will send you one doc, okay, and by which will be having step-by-step instruction. How can you integrate load runner in the testing phase as part of this with the Maven? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Rajesh.
Yeah. Okay. So any other questions? Okay, fine. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a infrastructure because I need a lab environment so I can show you the demo. And I think getting a lab environment on Amazon is good because we can speed up the demo process. The reason is like I get the download speed more than 100 Mbps per per minute or something like that. So that's a good for any demo or something like that. So let's use it. So I have one instance which is running. Let me stop it. In fact, terminate it because I'm not going to need that one. Okay, and I'm going to create one new server. And this time I'm going to create a server which is Red Hat Linux Enterprise 7.2 selected. And I'm going to get the 10 Mbps RAM, 10 MB, 8 GB, not 10, 8 GB RAM, 2 CPU, which will be good for my requirement for the demo. Let me get it 30 gigs of hard disk. And security group, I should be having SCM Galaxy. Okay, done. And machine is ready. Okay, so I got the machine. Now I'm going to use the same machine for doing everything, all the labs and all. I'm waiting for my IP address to be released.
Hey Rajesh, can we also create Amazon account? Is it available free or is it paid one?
No, anyone can create accounts. If you have a credit card, anyone can create account using email address and then credit card information. The only thing which is required is like you will get 750 hours almost free, free of the only few limited services. So if you want to learn Amazon AWS platform, you can get the 750 hours free credit, but not for all the resources, only for the limited resources. Let me show you. I'm going to create a new instance, and I selected that one more time. And if you see here, free tier eligible, you can use these services free tier eligible for the 750 hours, first 750 hours. After that, this will become a chargeable. Again, remaining other we can use by paying it. So you have a configuration like 32 GB RAM, 32 GB RAM here, again 8 CPU and all that sort of thing. So depends on your requirements, you can use it. This machine you cannot use for any other purpose but learning, okay? Because you cannot use for the some applications and all, because it has only 1 GB RAM and 1 CPU. So you can't use for any production things and all that thing. So which is this is free actually for 750 hours. Here if you go over the top of that button, you will get the message like that. It's available for the 750 hours. You can see this. Micro instance are eligible for the AWS free usage tier. For the first 12 months, the following year, following your AWS signed update, you get up to 750 hours of micro instance of each month. So this is the kind of things which you can use it for the learning. Okay.
Okay. But as we create the resources, you can create whatever the resources you want.
You can create any resources you want, but if you are creating a resources which is non-free, non-free tier, then you'll have to pay from the credit card.
That indicates as I'm creating the resources, it will tell whether it's paid or free.
No,
right?
No, it will not tell you. It will not tell you. That's not feature available. You should do the research yourself to find out, because they will tell you whichever is free, you are getting free tier eligible. Okay. Whichever is not free, it will not having any tag or such. So you can see the remaining are not free and there is no tag. So whichever is free, they have a free tier eligible.
Okay.
And it's applicable only for the first 750 hours. After that, you'll have to pay for this also.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to log into my machine here, and I have a keys which is with me, and I've opened the console. Yes. Colors, I'll make it natural. Font, I'll make it bigger so you guys can see better. EC2-user. Okay, so I've got the machines and everything I'm going to use as a sudo as a root. The reason is I would not like you to get confused with the permission issues. Okay, so this is the one. So I got logged in as a root. Okay, I'm at the root location /root, and now I'm going to start my journey of the demo. So here we start with the planning phase. And as I said, if I go one by one, because here we have a hell lot of tools, a lot of tools, configuration, installation, it will take more than 8 hours. I'm not liking this because I want to complete my demo in few hours rather than whole day just setting up the infrastructure. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use one of the powerful platform, and that is Docker. Okay, I'm going to use the Docker for the platform, so it will be very fast for the demo. So what I'm going to do, first thing I'm going to install my Docker. So installation of the Docker, and in fact every tools, if you know that, I have put it all the instructions on the DevOpsCourse.com. Tutorials, Docker installations and configuration, and I am going to now install Docker because it will save a lot of time setting up the infrastructure. So what I'm going to do, first thing I should do yum update, because always you should update your operating system before you are installing any application. So that's a good practice. And this is a new machine, so I have not done the update ever. So I should do that. But if you do the frequent update, it will not take much time. As you can see, that 185 package is available for update, which means that the VM which I'm using, the image which I'm using from the Amazon, that is pretty old. So they have not updated. That's the reason I'm getting 185. But the beauty of the AWS is like it will get updated within 2 minutes maximum. The reason is it's very fast. Okay, if you do the update, same update in your desktop or something, probably it'll take around 6 to 8 hours or something like that. So I will get it done in a few minutes, and it's getting done. Let's wait for it. Meanwhile, you guys can ask questions.
So on Amazon, you have created a Linux system, is it? And on Linux, you are
That's
installing all this. Okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
What other softwares you opted for initially when you created the account, apart from Linux?
Sorry, I just missed out the last line.
What other softwares you installed apart from Linux?
I have not installed any tools. I am going to install all these tools now.
Okay. You
So
only
I'm going to
opted
use
for,
the Docker.
you only installed operating system, Linux.
This is a bare machine. This is the operating system only as of now. But I'm going to set it up all these things because I'm going to show you a demo for this.
Okay.
So Rajesh, what is the command you use to install this Docker? Now you're installing the Docker, right?
I'm not installing it. I'm not using the Docker right now. I'm trying to install
Okay.
the Docker engine right now. So before Docker engine, I should update my operating system, and that's what I'm doing. Yum update.
Oh.
It's a Linux command in RHEL platforms in which it will update your operating system. It's like Windows update. It's like a Linux update. Same thing.
Okay.
So if you look at it, I'm installing the Docker, and I'm going to use the Docker after that. But you can see that the power of Docker by using this demo, and end of it anyways I'm going to show you the good demo on the specific to Docker, and then I'll give you the lab also, whereas you can try it out and your own machine, and then you can see that the power of Docker. So it's done actually. The update installation is done. Cleanup is being done. Probably it will be done in a few seconds. Okay, so I'm waiting. Should be over now. So do we have any new participants, or all the participants is from the same batch what we had last time?
Rajesh, same participants. Like, so it is like what classroom session we have, right? It is the same participants. So, one or two changes done to that. Like instead of Satish, we have more as well. But
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I think it's done. My update is done. So what I'm going to do, my system update is done. It's a one-time activity. After that, I'm going to add the repository. This is why I'm doing. This is the path where my Docker is lying. Okay, so this is the location where the Docker is available. Now this location you need to add to the docker.repo, which is inside the etc yum.repo.d. So this command will add the everything as it is. And done. So I have added the repository of the Docker. Now I just need to install the Docker using this command. I'm not using sudo because anyways I'm root. So I'm installing it, Docker now.
Hey Rajesh, can you provide these instructions to us?
Which instructions?
Whatever the instructions you're running through, the command for installing Docker and stuff.
It's available. Remember, I'm not following blindly, but if you see that I'm just copying from the my portal actually.
Oh, okay.
You can also browse it. There is no restrictions as such.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I just install using yum install Docker engine, and I'm going to enable the services using this command systemctl enable. Done. And I'm going to start the services, which is systemctl start and Docker. Done. So this is the installations and everything is done. Cool. Now I'm going to use the Docker. So the thing is, as part of the demo, I'm going to need a Jira. So how can I use the Jira up and running using Docker? So I need to have images for that. So where I'm going to get the images? Of course, you know that Docker hub.docker.com. So I'm going to that place. Here it is, and you can find the thousands of images, free images, which you can use it for anything, any purposes, whatever you like it. And if you see that there should be some statistics over there. Here, 1 lakh plus free apps in private repository, so you can use it. So I'm using as of now Jira. Okay, and here is the Jira n number of images. I can see this 474 repository which has come if I search the Jira, and it's great actually. But how I'm going to select the which one is mine, which one is good. So here, if you look at the stars, number of stars and the number of pulls. So there's no more number of stars and the more number of pulls you have it, that means those images are good actually. So if you look at this guy, CP Taction Hank has a 239 stars plus 500k plus pulls. That means it seems to be outstanding compared to others. So I am going to use this image itself, second one. And how to get the images? Very simple. I'm just going to put this command, docker pull the image name and my console, enter. And I'll get in few seconds. Let me tell you, it is time consuming things if you're doing in an offline environment. So do not lose the hope like, okay, why it was so fast in demo and why it is not so fast in the my lab. The reason is like you will have to spend a lot of hours for that. And the reason is like there's no Docker mirror available in India, and that's the reason we are always hitting to the USA server, and that takes time actually. But as of now, my server is in USA itself. That's the reason it's very pretty fast actually. And also top of that, I am having 100 Mbps connection. So with this instance, so that's the reason it's very fast. Okay, so now I got the images, Docker. If I want to check it out, how many images I'm having one images, which is nothing but the Jira. So I got the images, but how I am going to start it? So for the any images which you are going to get it from the hub.docker.com, you're going to get the start instruction from there only. So basically docker run is the command which will help you to start it. And here is the full command which you're going to need it. So I'm going to start the Docker. Jira using the command call this one. Docker run is a common command. Detach mode means you will not lose the console. And which port I should run it? So 8080 port. So let me change it because I'm going to run so many applications on these machines. So I should plan it right now. So I'm going to keep it 8085 for this Jira installations, and done. Clear the screen. Okay. Now my Jira is running. I can see that ID got created. But how do I make sure that my Jira container, which is I have run it just now, is running or not? So those who remember my demo, I use the Docker PS to find out which are the processes, which are the containers which is running. And as you can see, there's one container which is running and which started 18 seconds ago on 8085 port, and that is this one. So I got this one. Now next question is how I'm going to access this one. Of course, the IP address 8085. So this is the way I'm going to access my Jira. And here it is. So Jira welcome page. It has come and it's asking you to configure it because you have installed the Jira through Docker and you have to configure it. And if you want to configure it, you have to ask set it up for me. I'll set it up for myself. So if you're expert, you can set it up for yourself. If you're not, if you're trying, go for the first option. I will go with the first option. Set it up for me. It will take not more than 1 minute. Continue to Atlassian. So basically I need a trial license for this. So I'm going to grab some trial license. And this is my user account on the id.atlassian.com, the place where I get the trial license. Click next, password. And I think I got the trial license. I should get the confirmation in a few seconds. Here it is. I got the trial license. Here it's a new evaluation license and I'm going to get it because I have accounts over there. Okay, so I'm going to use this license now. License has been reduced now. Has been released now. So I got it. And now see that I got this back. Control goes back to my portal. This is this one. So that means I got the license successfully. Now I'm going to use the email address. Galaxy. Password I'm going to use ADMIN123. Remember, I'm going to use the same password throughout the training, so that way I should not get confused. ADMIN, all in small, and then 123. And now it's going to configure. So it will take not more than 1 minute. Meanwhile, if you have any questions, please ask me. Okay, and my Jira installation and configuration is done. I'm good to use this platform. My username is Rajesh, password is ADMIN123, and here it is. So let's continue with that. Login operations. I don't need avatar for this. Now here is asking you whether what you want to do. You want to create a new project, you want to import from the another project, existing project, or you want to some planning activities or something, sample project. Let's go ahead with the creating new project. And now here you have to select whether what you want to do, project management, task management, process management. It's up to you. What are the things you want to do? So I will go with the project management. That will be more meaningful. And here is a workflow. Remember, Jira is one of the tools which you can customize to any extent, anything, whichever you don't like it, you can customize it. But as of now, we are not into the Jira training. We are into the whole DevOps CICD flow or training. So I will not get into the detail. And then I'm going to create a project, emphasis. Okay, so now I got Okay, so my project is created now. You can see that it's a first project. So now, first thing, you remember planning phase, what we do? We create a task, we create assignments, we create an incident and all the stuff. We create a requirement. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a requirement here, similar, the one which we do in the planning phase. So Jira is ready now. I'm going to create as a task for my developers. So let's say create a task using the create button, and my project is emphasis. Oh, I just did the typo over there. And you should type task. Here you can add as many things. As I said, you can customize based on your need. In fact, you can customize the whole form, the look and feel, tables, their options, everything in Jira. This is the bare minimum configuration, default configuration. So let's say I'm going to use emphasis. Login page need to be created. Login page need to be created. Okay, here it is, and it should be done by, let's say, 12th. I give the description, and there should be highest priorities and whom to assign. So as of now, I'm not sure about, because I don't have any users in my machine, in my system, so I'll assign them to myself, and which is a part of the release. So here, let's create a release 1.0. Okay, this is the release, and estimated time, something, remaining estimates, all these things you can fill it up. It's not important for timing. So I got created another one things. Now I'm going to quickly create another one. Emphasis welcome page should be developed. So this is I'm doing as an architect, and due date it should be 11th. Descriptions of all this requirement, it should be highest priority, whatever. Yeah, labels, you can give the release.1 and create. So I got the 2 requests, that's sufficient for timing. So I got the 1 project which I'm currently working on, emphasis, and I've got the 2 assignments, 2 tasks onto that. And I see that the one of the assignment is assigned to me because I assigned to myself, but another is not assigned to me. The reason is I did not assign to myself. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign to MAH2 as well to myself. That way I know that what I'm working as a developer. So I'll have to act like a different person in the different time. So I'm going to assign this one to myself. Assign to me. You can assign to anyone, any developers, but in these systems as of now, there's no users as such. So I'm going to everything assign to myself. Okay, so now you can see that I have a 2 task, 1 project, and it's in Jira. Now next step, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the coding. I'm going to do the coding for the same task. So that where you do the coding, basically you do the coding in the Git. So now Git will come into the pictures, and now I need a Git server. So now let's use a GitHub because it's a nice platform. You can use it. If you want me to show you the GitLab Bitbucket installation, that is also possible, but I think you guys are using GitHub. Is that so? Or any other solutions you are using it? Which are the Git solutions you are using it in your project?
Yeah, GitHub, Rajesh.
Cool. Okay, so let's use the github.com itself. That's a better. So I am going to use, consider this is my repository, hello world Java Maven, and this is my code which I am going to check in the code. So if I add this code, whole welcome page will be created. So something like that. So I'm doing this thing. So what I'm doing, just changing the number, considering this my code, which will fix the things. So updating, adding new code. As a developer, I'm acting right now. Adding new code for emphasis .com, done, and commit. I just did that. I did it online, but probably you'll do it offline through the command lines. So just to make it more easier. So this is my commit. But the thing is, what has happened? I don't know if I want to check as a third person or my managers wants to check. Okay, I was working for the MAH1, which is a key for my task, and I wanted to work with this code. I checked in the code, but there's no relationship passage, right? There's no relationship. Do you see that in the work log? You can see there's history log. You can see there's no relationship. Activities. So that means if I want to know for this particular issues, what is the code which has been coded, so then someone has to go to this page, this place in your repository, and he has to thoroughly look all this thing, all the files, and which is not possible. In the real time, for this demo, I am having few files, but in real time, you'll be having 10,000s of code and hundreds of commits. So how are you going to correlate like which one the code fix you did it for this particular things? Probably release management team wants to know this number I want to include in the release, and I want to know whether the code has been completed for this or not. So how are you going to do? So that is where the integration comes into the picture. So we have to integrate Jira with GitHub. So there's the first level of integration. You have to integrate Jira with Git to make it a powerful setup. So for this, what I'm going to do, there's so many ways in which you can integrate Jira with the Git. There's so many ways, okay? But one of the ways which I'm going to try it out, which is the Jira add-on. So I'll go to my Jira, which is here. I go to the admin section, which is here. Go to the add-on section, which is here. And I am going to install one of the plugins, one of the add-ons, which will help me to integrate Jira with my GitHub. And for this, I'm going to search here, because here you have a hell lot of add-ons, and you have to read out through all this stuff, which one will work for you. I know that I don't have to read it, because I know that Git integration for Jira is working for you, and it's been verified by the Atlassian as well, so I believe it. But the problem here is like this is the paid add-ons. Okay, these are paid add-ons. So what I'm going to use the free trial, so that way I can show you the demo. If you are a user, if you are from the company, you're going to buy this one. Probably it will cost you not more than $30 or $50 or something like that. That is, for the organization, is almost nothing, I guess. But it's a good add-on for the managing the this useful plugins for the future enhancement and all stuff like that. Earlier this plugin was free, but recently Jira made it this one commercial. So free trial, I accept the license agreement. Now it's installing. Okay, so installation is complete, but the thing is like I need to grab the license, trial license. For that, I am going to use my another account, because let me use my account itself. Okay, so I'm requesting the license, and it seems like that license is rejected by that account. So I'm going to use another account, no problem with that. Yeah, so for this account I got the license. Earlier account I have used too many licenses, so they have rejected it, the request. Okay, so now I think I got the license, everything is cool. Now I click on the add-ons again to refresh this page, because I installed it and then I got the license, which is a trial license applicable for 30 days. Okay, and you can see the list of add-ons which you installed it. You can find it here. here. Okay, so now I click on it. Sorry, not this one. It class in Jira. Third one, Git integration for Jira. And here, after getting the license, as you can see that it expired 29th of April. That means for the 1 month. Okay, I'm going to configure this. And this is where I'm going to put the URL of my repository, which is this one. And this is a public repository. I don't have a user ID and password for this, so I can add it without any issues. But if you have a private repository, then you have to provide the user ID and password. So I give the location. Next, and as it is a public repository, it did not ask for the password and all. And now you see that everything is done, permission is being granted, and finish. Cool. So now I just did add it. So this, the activity I did it, the integrating of the Jira with your github.com. Okay, so I just did it. Now, how are you going to use it? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the commits here. So I have a Jira here. Remember, this is my project which I connected. Now I'm going to fix my code for the task which is assigned to me, and this time I'm going to do a little bit different because the integration is in place. So as per the process, you have to use the key name mah-1 in the commit message. So I'm going to show you before that, showing the flow. As of now, you can see that in the commit you have a 0 commit. In the work log, in the Git commits also, here you can see you have no commits. That means for this issues, I have not committed the code so far. I have committed it, but it's not related because I did it last time before the integration. Now I am going to modify the same work. So I'm working on this task. Emphasis login page need to be created. And for this, I'm fixing the code here in the Git. And I assume like if I add this one, it will fix the code here. I just added few numbers, and the important thing is you have to add the key name here, fix for this one. Add some optional things as a copy paste. It's not important, but it's optional, and commit message. Commit changes. I just did it, commit changes, and then I'll refresh it. As of now, you have a 0 commits, but you'll have to wait for a few seconds to get re-indexed, because you have to set the re-indexing to lesser amount of time. The reason is like the more re-index you set it up, your performance of the systems will be slow. So you'll have to try it out. So we'll wait for a few seconds, and then automatically it will have 1 commit. So we'll do that. So meanwhile, what I'm going to do, I'm going to fix that another commit size, another tickets. So for this, I go to my another one. Okay, I'll copy this mah2. Consider I am working now on this. I go to the code. I'll modify again. Let's modify this time some source code or sort of thing. So src, and this is the code, and I'm going to modify this code here. And considering if I put it something here, it will be modified. Let's say this one. It's not important as of now. I just add it blindly. But the important thing is here, to have the integration work in a nice manner, you have to put the keys of the Jira here. Okay, fixed. Optional, you can add if you want, and commit changes. Okay, so both of this project, both of the tasks which are assigned by the system, Jira, which I have worked and completed it. But still I have not got the integration in place because of the delay things. Now I think I got it. So you can see that 1 commit here for this. So that means for this ticket, what are the commits you made it? You can see it here. I just click on it, and you can see this, all this thing. This is the object which you committed. If you have committed multiple times, you get the multiple object. You want to change that, what are the developers has done to fix this issue, or to work on this particular things, you can click on it and you can see that I just added nothing but a few numbers here. Okay, so this is the power of the integration. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to have completed my work, considering everything is okay. Let me show you MH2 also. And here you have a git commit 0. It will come in a few seconds. It takes some time reindexing. Depends. You can set up the reindexing to 1 second, but you have to set up the Jira server on the highest configuration, like 16 GB RAM or something. So that will not impact your performance and sort of things. Because Jira is one of the tools which is being used by every member of the teams. So it has to be on the nice configuration. And on top of that, Jira consume more memory for all this thing. So let's work on this MH2. I think it got updated. I can see that. Okay, MH2 got updated here. You can see this, your company Jira. So let me show you. And git source code still has not come. No problem, it will come in few seconds. So meanwhile, what I'm going to do, as a developer, I'm acting, and I think I made a fix for this, MAH1. So I'm going to make it done. So I'll do this, done. Okay, this workflow you can decide. It's the very simplest workflow. So one thing is done, second thing I'm waiting, and the moment my commit will be done for here, still is coming, still is taking some time, no problem, let it take. I don't want to change the reindexing and all, but if you feel like, okay, you have no time and all, so normally it will not be under your control because it's set by the admin, but you can do what? You can go to the add-ons. I'm doing manual work here because automatically it will happen, but I don't have a patience to wait for that. And I will go to manage add-ons. I'll just click on the manual reindexing process. That's all. Here. I think it should be here, application. No, that option is not here there. I have to go to the application tab, and here I should be having Git repository here. Click on the Git repository, and you can see this is one of the repository which I added, Hello World Maven. I just click on this action and reindex. It will happen automatically, but the timing is set more than 5 minutes, I guess. So now I did manual reindexing, and I go to my ticket. I found out one commit, I got it this commit, what are the changes I made it, I consider this is done and over. So this is a workflow happens between the developers and between the Jira. Any questions so far on this?
So Rajesh, basically if you do a reset index, so it gets refreshed from the GitHub to the Jira integration, right?
You will get all the indexing refreshed from the Jira integration.
Okay. But by default, it should get refreshed, right? If it is not refreshed, then we need to do a reset index, correct?
Yes, yes. Reset index, you will not be able to do that because you will not be the admin for this Jira, because I was the admin, so I did it. But admins will set it up 2 minutes or 3 minutes time. Okay, in that reindexing will happen. So and normally you won't check just after the commit. It takes some time, right? You spend after some time. So it's like this. Okay. Because the less interval you set, the more CPU will be utilized, more RAM will be utilized. So normally people, I mean, admins keep it few minutes, like say 2 minutes, 3 minutes or something like that. Okay, any questions on this Jira and Git and their integrations?
So when I click that commit ID, Rajesh, so can I just go to that Jira?
Yes.
So can I just open the commit ID? Okay, so when once you click the commit ID, will it take it to GitHub? code or
No, you have everything local, right? Git work on the distributed manner. So you just get the whole repository and re-index it all the time. So everything, whatever you see, it's in local actually. In the GitHub, I mean in the Jira itself, you can see it.
so that's what it will show you the changes you made and the commit. What is the particular commit? It will show you the particular code, right?
Earlier, green is the
Okay.
one which I made.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on this front? No? Okay. So let's get started with another thing. So now we did the planning phase very well. We did the development also very well, integrated the planning and the development very well. But after that code has been checked in, committed, now you have to do the code review. That's the third process. And code review, how we do that? We do through static code analysis tools like a SonarQube is enough. SonarQube has a rules which is coming from the PMD, check style, find bugs, MI, and a lot of other solutions available we have which can be integrated to SonarQube. So now what I'm going to do, I am going to set up the SonarQube server. So how I'm going to do that? Again, I just said I'm going to use the Docker way. If you want the traditional way, you have a lot of instructions available on the portal, I mean on the Google, in fact .devops.school.com also, you can try it out. But Docker I'm using because to save time, so I can complete the whole workflow. So same thing I'm doing, going to the hub.docker.com and I'm looking for the SonarQube. And this is the SonarQube, and we have official image for this. That's nice because official image is always better than the public image. Public image has been created by the guys like you and me, people like you and me, but official image has been created by the company itself. And I can see this last push 7 days ago. That's superb actually. They keep updating everything. So now I'll have to relog into this duplicate session, ec2-user sudo-s. Cool. Okay, so now I have to pull this SonarQube image, Docker image. Cool, so I got it. It's very fast, nice. Okay, so how many images I got it all together so far? 2. So how would I check? Docker images. So you have a Jira image, you have SonarQube images. Now I'm going to run the SonarQube images. So I will go to this instructions here and SonarQube. Enter, and which port I should make it? So let's make it 9000 port only, that's better. So I'm going to run this command on this, clear the screen. Done. How do I make sure that how many containers we have running in Docker? 1 and 2. This is the running I am from the last 3 seconds, which is SonarQube. How I am going to access? Of course 9000 port, which I specified. Done. Now I'm going to access the SonarQube. Cool. So here is the SonarQube, which is up and running. You can see this within a few seconds I could run using this is the SonarQube server basically. Okay. So now in order to do the static code analysis, you need 3 things. If you remember my last discussion, if not, please recall. You need 3 things. Because remember, you are doing what? You are doing the code review, static code analysis. And for the code review, you need a few elements. So first thing which you need is a SonarQube server. and which I'm having it, and I got it up and running, done. You need a source code, and then you need a runner or a scanner, whatever you call it, broker, something like that, which can talk between the source code.
Sorry to interrupt in between. So you'll share the document, the notepad in the end, right? So can you please save
definitely. Let me save it.
Yeah, thanks much, Rajesh.
In fact, if you go to the all the instructions you have, sorry, all the instructions you have available here also. Okay.
Thanks, Rajesh.
So what I'm doing here, so in order to run the SonarQube, you need in order to run the static code analysis, you need three elements, actually three components. One is SonarQube server, which I got it up and running. You can see that here. This is my server. And you need a source code, of course, because you want to do the static code analysis on the source code. And you need one broker which can talk to the server and the code and do the interaction. So we need all these three things. So what I'm going to get it, I have a sample project ready for this. And I go to my repository, STM Galaxy. And I'll search for the Sonar. And as you can see, this is a sample project. In the sample project, you have nothing but some few files, source code. These two files are source code. This is the properties file which is needed for the Sonar properties, and these are the validation, readme text is nothing. It's just like additional files. So I'm going to get this file downloaded. I got this file, and now what I'm going to do is go to the D drive, and this process I'm showing you manual, but again when I introduce the Jenkins, I'll show you the full automations. I copy to here. Remember, this is the source code. And now I need a scanner. So in this my machine, already scanner is there. So let me tell you, you can have the scanner anywhere you want, any machines you want, source code anywhere you want. But I'll show you the first manual, and then I'll show you the this one. What is it? Why it's jumping? Sonar SRC. So I got the second thing also, which is a source code. Cool. So let me delete remaining things to avoid the confusion. So source code is there. I got it. Let me put it done. And now I need the scanner. So a scanner, again, you get it from the SonarQube website itself. Sonar. Scanner is sometimes you also call it broker, sometimes you call it runner. So depends. Scanner download. And you can download the scanner from here, somewhere here. Okay, SonarQube scanner. Okay, but here I have already downloaded it, so we'll save some time. So C tools, and do you see SonarQube scanner? Here it is. So all this scanner I have already downloaded. These are the three directories you will get it after the zip file. Okay, so now I got it everything. As you can see that I got the SonarQube server up and running. I got the source code which is up and got it, and scanner. So now you just need to run the scanner to make things happen. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Let me put it. So I'm going to use the path here. Let me formulate the path, and I'll show the automations first. Let's understand the process. So bin command this one. And this file I need to run it. Done. On which I should run where? CD to source directory. And then run it. So what I'm going to do, same thing. And one more thing which I forgot to change. My server, Sonar server, is in this location. Let me close the remaining page. My server is this position. Okay, so I have to tell the Sonar server, I have to tell the Sonar scanner the new location of the server. So which will be in the conf, this place, here, and this is the path which is a default localhost, but it's not going to work. So I have to change this to this path. Done. Nice. So everything is done. Okay, next one is I'm going to run it. So command line. My source code is under this place. So I'll cd to this place. Done. DevOps sonars. And then which command I should run it? I should run the scanner, which is this one. And enter. Java is need to be there. So I'm considering some of the prerequisite. You have to have a understanding one with, because SonarQube, Maven, all this works with the Java. You need to have a Java set. It's a prerequisite for the many applications nowadays. And I'm waiting. It's just 2 files. You should not take more than 2 minutes. Okay, so what this process will be done? Scanner is running the source code. Scanner is running the things on your source code directory. If you see the properties file, let me show you meanwhile. In the properties file, where is your source directory, which is the language, and what is the versions and all this stuff. Simple information. Okay, so basically scanner is running, reading the source file, generating the output and putting on the server. This is where. Okay, so let's check it out. Still it's a little slow. That's the reason I don't want to use any local setup. I have around 10 Mbps connection, but still slow.
So Rajesh, you modified something in the property file, right? You provided the server name or something else you just provided, right?
Yeah, so I have to provide this information on the scanner. Scanner, I need to tell where is your server. So you have to go to the conf and Sonar scanner property. There's 2 properties. One is source code properties, scanner properties. You have to tell the scanner where is your server. My server is not in the local host, but on this location.
Okay. Okay, so we need to provide that details in the Sonar scanner, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what is the purpose of the Sonar project properties file?
So project properties, basically project properties will be read by, this file will be read by the scanner again, okay? And the scanner will know where is your source code. So you can keep it the source code in any direction, but I have kept it the SRC directly. The scanner need to know what is the project name, what is the version, and all this information.
Correct, that's right. Yeah, that's correct, but where is the path you provided? You just provided only the SRC, right?
SRC is a relative path in this directory. If you look at it here, not this place, here, SRC is a relative path here.
Okay. Not a full path, right?
Relative path, it will, because you have a properties file here, so you don't have to give the full path. So
Okay,
relative.
okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
So now it will be done. Here the project will be updated, but this is the manual task I did it. This is not you're going to do that. I just show you this process so you can understand how SonarQube works. Now I'm going to incorporate all these things in the Jenkins going forward. So while introducing. So this is the way you do the static code analysis. Okay. I'm still waiting. Still downloading some required Jira and sort of things. Okay, so let's leave it.
So
keep
actually,
it
yeah, actually what it does, Rajesh, the sonar scanner, the basic objective of this sonar scanner.
Okay, so let's understand this perspective. This is your SonarQube server. Okay, let me tell you, SonarQube server is a place where you have it's a quality server. SonarQube server is the kind of place where you manage the quality. Okay, so it has a quality which is published and shared with the database. So SonarQube gets everything from the database. Let me recreate the whole things one more time. So here you have a server UI, which you can see that on my things. Now this gets all the information from the database. This is the database. Okay, so whatever you have in the database, it's get here. Now in the SonarQube, the rules which get applied on the server, the source code, which is here. These rules which is coming from the PMD, check style, find bugs, EMMA, and so many. Okay, hundreds of rules. So let me show you, in fact, rather than only talking. So here is a login. This is and username default admin, ADMIN password. Default one. Later you can change it. As you can see, this rules. These many rules you have in the default installations. You can add as many new rules you wanted or modify. You can see this for Java 397. For Python you have 238 rules. C# project you have 189. JavaScript 184. PHP 126. Flex you have 79. So these many rules you have it.
So these are inbuilt rules, right? Which is provided by the SonarQube.
Yes, these are the inbuilt rule which has been provided by the SonarQube. These rules has been taken from the rules collection of the PMD, check style, find bugs, EMMA, and many more tools. Open source tools. Okay.
Okay. So based on the source code, based on the language of the source code, the sonar scanner automatically pulls the rules for this particular language. Say for example, if it is a Java code or a C# code, so it pulls that particular rules from that from the language or a code, and it runs in the sonar scanner, right?
That's correct. So the language which you want to apply, which is written here, you can see the sonar language, Java. You can write it the moment you write a C++ or Python, then rules will be applied for the C++ or Python. Okay?
Okay.
So these rules are converted into the quality profiles. That means they have created n number of profiles. One of the for C# which has a 134 rules, Sonar Flex 60 rules, Java which has a 277 rules. When we say Java here, these are the quality profiles which is here. Okay, that means if you are calling the Java, that means a simple word, 277 rules getting applied on the source code in order to find the issues in the source.
Okay. So is there a way to write a custom rule?
Yeah, very much. If you're a Java programmer, you can write a Java rules. If you're a C++ programmer, you can write a C++ rule. Any rules can be written, modified, anything, it can be possible.
So can we modify the existing rules?
Very much. All these rules are available free of cost, open source solution, source code you'll get it, you can modify.
Okay. And can we enable or disable some of the rules here, Rajesh?
Very much, yes. You can do that. Enable, disable, delete, edit, everything you can, it's possible. You can do that.
Okay.
So these are the things you can do it through SonarQube. Okay, click on this, which one you want to disable, enable. Okay, these are the 60 active, 19 deactive. You can make more active to inactive from here. Deactive, 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 like this.
Okay.
And so this is a SonarQube. So let me help you to understand how SonarQube works. So here is a Sonar server, and you asked what is a scanner, so I couldn't answer. Everything it gets from the database, which can be SQL Server, H2, MySQL, Oracle, MS SQL, or whatever. So now this is the source code, okay? And so source code and SonarQube need some broker so they can talk to each other. That broker, we call it scanner. What happens? Once you run the scanner on the source code, then scanner read the properties file which has a source code. This is the properties file. So from this properties file, you get the information, okay, this is my place where source code is lying. This is the project, this is the version, and this is the quality profiles. This quality profiles, again, they will try to get it from the, again, control back with the information, and scanner will hit to the server. This is where I set it up, the one area where I said this is the place where you have a server. If you see that here, I told the scanner this is your server. Okay, so now it hit to the server, get the quality profiles from here to here, and apply it on the source code. Once you apply the source quality profile on the source code, then you generate a report, like let's say X report. This report scanner push to the database. Okay, and from the database it displays the SonarQube dashboard. That is what it happens every time when we work with the SonarQube scanner. Okay.
Rajesh, can we download this report? We are not saying that.
Yes, you can download this report. You can see this report. You can import this report. You can export this report. All these things can be possible.
So in pre-trial version, can't we download this one?
SonarQube is a free, completely free, so you can do whatever you want with it.
Can you please show any one of the report which we can download?
Yeah, so I will show you the reports. That's what I'm saying. This is the manual activities I am doing just to explain you how it works. I'm going to show you as part of the Jenkins integration. Just we'll have to wait for some more time. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I have done the SonarQube integration. I'll show you, come back to the SonarQube again through Jenkins. That's easier. Now, next one is build management using Maven. So before me talking about the build management, let me save and let's have some quick break. So I'll grab some coffee. So it's 11:10 for now. Let's meet up at 11:25, and you guys can also grab some coffee or tea or something, and then we'll meet up at 11:25 and we'll continue discussing all this stuff. Okay?
Yeah, sure, Rajesh. Thanks.
Hello everyone. Everyone is here.
Yeah, Rajesh.
Okay, let's get started. So now what we are doing, we completed a planning phase using Jira. We completed the source code management using Git. We integrated Jira versus Git. Then also we set up the SonarQube infrastructure. Everything is okay. Now we have to do the build management. How we do that build management? Yeah.
Can we wait for a couple of more minutes? Few more team members are yet to join.
Okay, no problem.
Rajesh, we can get started.
Okay. Yeah. So SonarQube is done. Now we are going to do the build management, and why we need to do the build management we have already discussed. So in this program, in this demo, we are going to use the build management tools like a Maven, which will help us to do the build management. So as you can see, my program, which is I'm going to use the sample program, which is Hello World Java Maven, which is a Maven based. So it's a pom.xml, which you can see there here. And everything is done. Maven jar, everything has been written, so it's ready-made stuff. So I'm going to use the Maven. So this is the way I'm going to use it. stuff. But important thing is how we're going to use it. So how you're going to use it is like this. You have a Maven build, Maven compile, Maven test, Maven package. On all these things you're going to use it in the command line, but we're going to use this not as a now because it will be manual process. I'm going to use all this stuff, Maven compile to compile, test to test, package to package, install to install, and deploy to the Nexus repository using the Jenkins. But I will call these packages, these goals only in the Jenkins. So we'll do that. JUnit cases, unit test cases, testing. We are using JUnit tools. So if you look at the source file and test code, app-test.java, here we are importing the JUnit class framework. Okay, so this is the import which is happening. But if you look at the pom.xml also, we are importing, we are downloading the jar through the dependencies, and here it is. Okay, so we are using JUnit for the unit test cases. For the packaging, we are using jar and var. So I'm going to use the two projects, one for the jar, one for the var. So for the jar is the same project I'm going to use. You can see this line, packaging jar. Okay, so this will create a jar by the Maven, and I'm going to use one more project which is for the var, and var should be here, and this is the pom.xml, again Maven based, and but the packaging is var here. Okay, so one of the packaging I'm using is jar, one of the packaging, another packaging I'm using var. So again, these are the useful things we're going to use it while showing the demo. Now next thing is like these all things I was able to do because Maven is giving that capabilities. But what about the artifact management? After the packaging, after the creating the packaging, we're going to upload it. So uploading will be done only on the repository management systems like Nexus or Artifactory or Archive or something like that. So we need to install the Nexus also. So let me get back to the Nexus installations. So what I have done, I'm doing, actually not done. EC2-user sudo -s get into root. Now what I'm doing, I'm installing the Nexus. So again Docker way, because we have a very less time. So nexus, and here you have a public image. You can see the Sonar type Nexus. I click on it, and I'm going to download the image same way as I have done it for the remaining. And it's getting downloaded, Nexus. Done. If I want to see the how many images I have so far, of course 3, because I did 3. And then I'm going to run the images using the command. This is called this one. So for Nexus, I am going to run this image, and what should be the port? So I use for the Jira 8085, for SonarQube 9000, for the Nexus let's use 8081 because it's not been used, and then done. And now if I sudo docker ps to run see the containers, number of running containers, you can see this Nexus is running 8081 port 4 seconds ago. So how can I access? Simple, IP address and port number. So Nexus is also running now. Okay, so cool. I got an access. Okay, I got an access. Now, this is an access. Everything is good. Now, for the artifact management, we have an access, which I made it available. Everything is done. Everything is okay. Now, next thing is after putting the artifact in the nexus, which I am going to keep it during the demo purpose, but for time being, if you want me to show you the demo, let me do that. So for that, in order to upload the artifact to the nexus through Maven, there's some configuration need to be done. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a sample project first of all. So where's my sample project, which is here. Hello Maven, and download. Basically you should clone it, but as of now I just need it only one, because Jenkins will be doing everything for me, so I don't have to do anything else for myself. Okay, I'll delete this. To Nexus, I'll just name it. Okay, and remember, in order to upload the artifact to the Nexus, you need to do two modification: pom.xml modification and setting.xml modification. So if you know the Maven, then you know that what I'm talking about. So pom.xml modifications, you'll have to do it here. And you have to tell where is your repository, Nexus repository, and of course my repository which I set it up is here. So I'm going to replace the here. But as of now, you have to create a repository, which I have not done so. So let me create it. So I will log in using the login. Username is admin. Default password is password. It didn't work. Okay, no problem. ADMIN123 is taken. Now I'm going to create a repository here. So I'm going to create one repository, hosted one, and I'll keep it MPS, repository name MPS, Maven 2 release based, done. One repository created. I am creating another hosted repository. This type MPS snap Maven 2, but this time snapshot. Create. So I've created two repository where I'm going to keep it my things. So I'll copy this URL and paste it in the release, and copy this URL and paste it in the snapshot. So this is the distribution management element, which is needed to be modified and added in the pom.xml, which I did it. Done. Now I have to modify my setting.xml also. So because Nexus has a user ID and password, and I need to set that user ID and password in the Maven. So Maven should know what is your user ID and password. So where do you find the setting.xml? Of course, the place where you have installed it. So I'll go to the C drive, Maven, conf, setting.xml, and then here. So I'm going to modify, I'll keep it this same is, remember one more thing, this ID, and this ID should match. So that way username and password will be accepted by Maven. So deployment is the user ID, deployment 123 is the password, which I'm going to copy. So what I'm going to do, I have a users here under the security, users, deployment is there. I'm going to reset the password, deployment 123, done. So I'll let it remain same. I don't need to change it anything. I just, because whatever I had it, I just did the same modification over there. Now everything is done. The last thing which you'll have to do is go to D drive, ops, to Nexus, this place, CD. I'm canceling this one, yes. I'll show you the same thing in the through Jenkins. Done. Clear the screen. MBN deploy. And now you can see that in the repository which you created release based, sometime. Now you can see that it's been happening. I'll wait for 2 minutes. It will be done. Testing is happening. It's downloading some of the required artifacts. And so one-time activity, actually. Okay, now it's done. Uploading is done. Build is successful. You can see that build is successful and uploading is done. That means it's uploaded to my Nexus repository, which is here. I refresh the page. I'm wondering why it's not come, so let me check that. pom.xml, and pom.xml, it says it's a snapshot. So if it is a snapshot, as per the understanding, you know that it will upload it in the snapshot repository. And here it is, com, SCM Galaxy, Maven sample, my Maven, and this is the jar file which you got it here. Okay, but what about I want to do the release version, so I'll have to remove this version snapshot, and that's a limitation actually. So I'll make it some standard name 1.2 or something like that. So this is the release one. So now if I do the deploy one more time, this time it will take less time because it has downloaded all the required artifacts, so it should not spend more time. Testing is going on. And deployment is happened and successful. So now if I go and search here, it got deployed to com, SCM Galaxy, Maven sample, my Maven, and this is the version 1.2. So we deployed, and this is, we did it manually just to show you the flow. Now we will do that through automations also. So I'm just building all the blocks, important blocks, which will help me to introduce things. So we have a Jira running, we have a GitHub running, we have a SonarQube running, my build system is Mavenized, we have a JUnit integrated already part of the pom.xml, jar packaging integrated with the Maven, Nexus is up and running, everything is running up and running, cool. Now once you have artifacts available on the Nexus, you're going to do what? You're going to use the Chef or Docker to deploy it. So before getting into the Chef and Docker, because I should not confuse with the too much things with the immediate stuff, so let's complete this whole automation from the Jira to Git to SonarQube to Maven to JUnit to packaging to Nexus till here, and then we will move forward slowly. Okay, so let me do that. So now I am going to introduce one more tool which is called Jenkins. Jenkins is a CI tool. CI stands for the continuous integration. Continuous integration, the meaning of the continuous integration, like automated build, automated testing, and immediate feedback, and that is what you will get it on the Jenkins. So in order to install the Jenkins, I have to follow some of the instructions, so let me do that. So first thing, I need a Java, so I'm going to need a Java, right? So we're going to get the Java, so Java complete installation. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to install the Java. So here, which will be done in the same machine. I'm not using Docker. You can use Docker very well for the Java, Jenkins also. But the thing is, I'm not using it because I want to do modification, great amount of modification, and I don't want to confuse with the too many Docker commands immediately. Okay, so I would like to avoid that Docker for time being, but Jenkins can be used very well with the Docker as well. Okay, so now I'm going to install the Jenkins in the same machine. So for that I need a Java. So I'm going to get the Java installed from the instruction in which I'm having here. And how can I install the Java? So let's download through the tarball. That will be better. Java 8, I'm going to install it. So let me download this utility. So normally whatever I do, download and installed, I keep it in OPT directory. That way it will help me to locate the things properly. I can say wget utility is not installed. So I'm going to install wget. Now I'm going to download this package tarball of the Java. And meanwhile it's get downloaded. I'm going to get ready my export command, Java home export. So my command should be ready. Yep. So these two paths you have to set in order to set the Java home in the system. It's almost complete. 32 seconds more. Okay, so now I got this Java tar file. I'm going to extract it. And I got it. I'll name it this simple. That way I know what I'm doing in a shorter way. So that's I renamed it. Now this is a Java home opt jdk 5, and then so let me open up a new command notepad. So not to add too many things in the same here, I'll just copy these two commands, put it here. My Java home is this one, replace it, and then this one. So everything is okay. So I'm going to run this command, enter, and then run this command, enter, echo. I'm verifying it whether it's got taken or not. Java home cool is taken. Which Java? So there's no Java added in the Java. Okay, so probably second line of the command didn't work. Which Java? Yes, cool. And Java version, I'm also cool. So everything is done. Now I'm going to install the Jenkins. As I said, Jenkins I'm going to install in the same machines. So I have instructions available on this jenkins.io for this jenkins.io. And my operating system is RHEL, so I'm going to select download RHCL. And this is the command. Okay, now this first line will add the repo. Okay, Jenkins repo in the yum repository. Done. Now we need a keys for the yum repository, Jenkins repository as well. So this is the keys, and then finally I am installing it Jenkins through yum. So Jenkins was needed Java, which I have already installed it, so it should not be a problem. So my Jenkins should be running on 8080 ports. So let me check if 8080 port is occupied by something else. No. 8085, 9000, 80. Okay. So Jenkins has not been utilized by anything else. So let me put it the Jenkins, and installation of the Jenkins should be available over the 8080 ports. Okay. So now let me check. Let me close this remaining. Yeah, Jenkins installed now. You can see that. Okay. So now I'm going to check whether Jenkins service is running or not. Grep -i Jenkins. No, it's not running. So systemctl start Jenkins. And it says Jenkins. Okay, let me understand. There's some error. Okay, so there's some error in it. Failed for some reason. Just a second, I'll have to troubleshoot now. I'm looking for the log, which will give me some hints about why it failed, and the logs you can find here. So and there's no log generated actually. So let me see that. No, there's no log as such. And I'm wondering what could be the reason for it. I did the same thing. Okay, so let me see this. says unregistered lines. Okay, so this is not expected. So what I'm thinking as of now, let me try one more. CD bar cool. I'm doubting 8080 port whether it's been occupied or not. So let me do one thing. Let me modify this 8080 port. So where I can get the 8080 port, which is here. Yeah. So let me use one of the port 82 or something. I'm not sure if 8080 port has been used or not. I'll have to check, but I don't have time for this. So 8082, I'm using it. Okay, 8082. So I think 81 port I'm using here, 9085, and I'm considering if the things should be sorted out. If not, I'll have to do something else. Jenkins start Jenkins. Oh, come on. Failed to start. Just a second, give me some time. I'm not able to find any clues. Failed to start LSB. let me put it in Google because this is not expected actually. A lot of time I have. Service stop Jenkins. No. Okay. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me remove the Jenkins one more time. Yes, and install it one more time. Let's see it work. If it works, else I'll select another machines quickly. This was not expected actually. The problem here is like Jenkins log is not being generated, else we'd have got the error. Okay, system CTL start Jenkins. Oh, come on. Okay, there's a problem with the error occurred during installation of the VM. Properties in it could not determine current working directory. Okay, so problem with this machine actually, Java is not finding. Now find Java version. Could not create a Java virtual machines. It's different error actually. It's related to Java, maybe it's not related to Jenkins. So let me do one thing. Let me set up the new machines. That will not take more time because I don't know really what is the error with the Java. It says properties in it could not determine current working directory. That means one more thing I can do that, and that the thing which I can do is ls-la, go to the bash profile, okay, and then here I am going to add these 2 lines of code, okay, and then sourcing this one. Sometime you get an error, something which is not expected. Okay, let me see if it's working. Yeah, it has taken version. Still this issues. It's Java. Cool. So everything seems to be okay. CTL start Jenkins. First let me stop it and then start it. Last time I'm going to check this. Failed to start. Last time I'm going to check the general. Okay, so the reason is very different seems. Okay, so one of the reason is says empty firewall. Stop. Firewall D. Just a second, guys. Okay, there's no problem with the firewall also. Okay, so this says is Java is not installed, but I can see it's installed. So one more problem it can be. Let me install Java. Maybe I need to reboot this machine. Just it's not picking up the Java or something. I can see that Java is installed, but probably Jenkins is not. I'm just guessing it. Let me check it out. System CTL start Jenkins. It's been taken. So probably the reboot was required, but I cannot do the reboot because of my Docker instance is running. Okay, so that's fine. So now I can open up on the Jenkins on 8081 port. Sorry, 8082 I think, not 8081. So here is my Jenkins which is running now. Still not coming up. No problem, it takes some time actually. Let me verify. If there's no error, that means running. It's running on 8080. Oh, it's running on 8080 port itself. Okay, so probably, oh yeah, I removed the old Jenkins and installed it, so it replaced the things. Correct. So now I'm going to get the password from here. So get the password here. This is the one. Restart. Okay, so now my Jenkins is also installed and currently it's running. And I did install the Java through Yum, which I was not supposed to do that, because that way you don't get the JDK, but you get the JRE, Java runtime. So I need a JDK also, because I'm going to compile some of the programs. So it's okay. Anyways, we will use the customized way. That's not a problem. In fact, meanwhile it's getting installed, let me install the JDK through yum. So I have an instruction for that, some pages which is here. So yum, do you find yum? Here it's this one. So open JDK. Okay, so let me install JDK through this one. Okay, so that is also done. Now I'm waiting for this Jenkins to be up and running. And remember guys, I'm doing automation only for the half of things. We will do the half of the things once I complete. So I have to complete the Jira, Git, SonarQube, Maven, JUnit, packaging, and Nexus. All these things we are integrating on Jenkins. Slowly later on we will move to the Chef and Docker and Jacoco and other things. Okay. So one by one we are going. So I don't want to jump on all the things together. So you guys get confused. Okay, so I'm going to put the username admin, password admin123, admin123. My name is Rajesh Kumar. Email address DevOps @rajeshkumar.xyz. Save and finish. And it says password did not match. Did it? admin123. And Jenkins. So this is my Jenkins ready. Now the time has come when I should automate all these things. So let's start with it. So first thing, I need to do the SonarQube review. So I'm going to create a project in Jenkins with a SonarQube name. So create a new job, SonarQube, freestyle always. Okay. And now you need SonarQube needs what? If you remember from our discussion, SonarQube needs three information. One, it required the Sonar server, which I am having it, source code and scanner, so which I am going to configure it. So let's start with the source code first. So Jenkins need, where is your source code? Under the source code management. So my source code is in Git, of course. So I go to my SCM Galaxy. I go to the my repository where is my source code for the Sonar. This is my sample project, and I just copy it and put the URL. I don't have to give the user ID and password. The reason is it's a public repository, and save. Build now. I'll check whether the source code Jenkins is able to check out or not, and it has failed. Why did it fail? Look at the console output, and if you see that error, it's failed because could not init. And why it could not init? Because the Git is not there. So that means you have to install the Git. So there's so many ways you can install the Git. One of the easiest way, yum install Git. Installation done. And then again I am putting build now. And as you can see there, success. So did I get the source code? Workspace? Yes, I got it. So one thing is done. I got the source code through Jenkins. Okay, so that's done. Now what I need to do, I need to set it up. Two important information: SonarQube server and scanner. So let's do that. So for the SonarQube server, I have to go to the Jenkins, manage Jenkins, and global tool configuration. This is the place you have to set up the SonarQube server. And as of now, I cannot see that. The reason is I cannot see those options. The reason is I don't have a plugin installed, SonarQube plugin. So I have to go install the plugin first. So manage Jenkins, manage plugins. It should be here under the available tab. I will filter it out, SonarQube. Click on it. It's a SonarQube scanner for the Jenkins. So let's install. I think SonarQube scanner, this is the different. I believe SonarQube is installed or something. Let me verify. I will verify, no problem. It is not a server, it is a scanner. Okay. So scanner was needed, but not now, later after this server. So I will verify, manage Jenkins, manage plugins, install tab, and I'll type Sonar only. As you can see, this Sonar is not installed, but it says this plugin allows an easy integration of SonarQube open source server. So let me check it out, because probably they have changed that. Normally the SonarQube server will be as a SonarQube only till last month. So what I'm going to do, I'm just checking out. Manage Jenkins, global configuration setup. And do we have SonarQube server? Yes, it is there here. So this is what I was looking for, that it is moved here actually. Okay, fine. So SonarQube server is here. I'm going to add it, the name. Now where is my SonarQube server? So my SonarQube server is in this place. So I hit this URL, verify it, if it is running or not. And I can see this running. So now I copy the URL, name, Sonar, server address, authentication key. So I need the authentication key. So I have to log into this, go to my account, go to security, generate a token. You can generate as many tokens you want for the APIs. This is the token you got it, and this is the token you're going to keep it here. And everything remains same. Save and apply. So you can configure the servers. Now Jenkins knows where is your servers. Now you have to set the scanner. For the scanner also, manage Jenkins, global tool configurations. This place where you go to the scanner. And here you have a scanner. You have to tell from where the scanner should get. So let it get automatically installed. Okay, scanner, and save. So you inform the Jenkins like this is your server, okay, and this is your scanner, and you also got the source code. So you have all the ingredients ready for the demo. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on it. Okay, and configure it. Build tab. Select the SonarQube, which is here. You don't have to provide any special privileges and like JVM options, task to run and all, because this is a project based, but SonarQube integration can be done through Maven, Gradle, and MS Build, and so many other ways. So as of now, I have no special things. The moment you set it up SonarQube, this icon you got it. That means SonarQube is integrated with Jenkins. Now you do the build now one more time. Go to the console message, log message. As you can see, this SonarQube is running, and if you remember in the Windows section which I was showing you over the command line, we got stuck somewhere here, but it passed because of its high speed, and now it's success. SonarQube, this link got enabled. The moment you click on it, you transfer to the SonarQube dashboard, which is here. You have 0 bugs in your source code, 0 security issues, but 2 hours of debt. What is the work rate? We're going to check it out. 5 code smells, coverage 0%, duplicate code 48%. That's a huge issues. And duplicate blocks. So let's check it out. What are the 2 hours of work you have it? So 2 hours of work, you have these many issues. You have 3 major issues. In fact, 1, 2, 3, and 2 minor issues. You want to resolve this. You want to know what are the issues. So click on it. This is code smell, not assigned. So you have to click on it, and developers will find the issue. So this is the work which will be developed, which will be done by the development to find the issues. So what are the issues in here? What are the issues here? What are the issues here? And all that stuff. So accordingly, he's going to fix that code and make it happen. So this now, what we did, someone is checking out the code in the Jira now. If you remember the flow which we discussed, this is the Jira. Okay, if you remember, someone is creating a tickets here. Okay, in the Jira, Rajesh, ADMIN 123. Okay, so someone is raising a ticket here. Developers is getting the ticket here, putting the source code commit in the Jira, in a Git. From the Git, the moment he checked in the code, you're going to hit to the SonarQube Jenkins server, and you're going to get the static code analysis using the SonarQube 8080. This is the place. This job will run, depends on when you want. You want the job to be run every week, every month, every hours, up to you. As of now, the project name is SSBC Raj, server side processing success, everything is cool. So this is the way you can integrate SonarQube with the Jira and with your Git. Any questions so far? So far what we did, we integrated Jira with Git, Git with the Jenkins with the SonarQube, and then we are able to get these 3 tasks done successfully. Any questions so far? Any questions, guys? Okay. Now next thing is I'm going to integrate build, unit test, and packaging. So what I'm going to do, as I know my build is in Maven, which I have already automated using the Maven form.xms and all, that is there. So I don't have to worry about it. So let's do that. So I'm going to create a new job, new item, and I'm going to keep it build, freestyle project. Okay. And where's my source code? So my source code, of course, in let me close the remaining items. My source code, where is my source code? Here's my source code. I'm going to copy HTTPS URL, source code management, get build. My build is based on the Maven, so I'm going to call this Maven. Where is Maven? Here. And what is the goal? I should call the compile code. Save. Second job is ready. I should build now. I can see it's failed. Let me look at it, why it's got failed. Console output. You can see that it says Maven compile command here, and it says command execution failed. Why Maven compile is failed? I can see the command is correct. So probably what is the reason? Cannot run the run program called Maven. So Maven is not available. It's not detected by Jenkins. So you'll have to tell them Jenkins to pick up the Maven installations. For that, again, I go to the configuration, global tool configuration, go to the Maven, add Maven, and I'm going to name it whatever I want, and I let it get automatically installed. If not, then you can manually also set. Now you go to the Jenkins, build, configure, build tab, and select the Maven which you configured. Select OK, build. Okay, so build is in progress. It will take a little bit time. First time, yeah, it's success. So now you can see this build is successful. Workspace, I wanna check it out. Target directory created. Do you have all the classes? Yes, I'm having all the classes. Cool. So build is successful. Now, next one is testing. So how can you do the unit test cases? Ambient test. So I'm going to new tab. This time I'm going to make it UT, unit test, freestyle project. Okay. And my source code is again same location. Git, build, and this time test. Build now. It's in progress. You can see that unit testing is completed successfully without any error. Cool. After the unit test, what I'm supposed to do? Package. So packaging is also done. So create a new tab, packag, and this time I'm going to copy from the already available job because I just need to change the goal name, Maven goal name. Remaining thing is as it is. I just clicked it. Let's look up for this console output. It's happening. It's downloading some of the required artifacts from the central Maven repository. And you can see this packaging also successful. So do I have a package? Let me see that. Target. Yes, we are having a package. Cool. So now packaging also done. That's nice. Now next thing is what is pending? Deploy. This task will deploy the artifact to where? to the Nexus. So for that, what you need to do, you need to modify, remember, you need to modify pom.xml with this one. So I modify in the local, but I did not modify in the online. So I'm going to do the things to be done in the online pom.xml. So I did not push my changes. So now only you add, commit, and push your changes. So that way GitHub will have the changes as you want. So this is the one thing which I'm going to replace with distributed management. Okay. And how you should modify? You should not modify like this. You should go to the first Jira, create a ticket, emphasis pom.xml should be updated with Nexus information. This will be ticket will be received by the, it should be done immediately. This ticket will be received by the build and release engineering team. This is the highest priorities, created. And I am going to assign this task to myself because I'm the only one who's having in this system. So I just assign to myself, and MAH3, I am going to modify this now, fixed for this one, done, commit. So my one change is I did it in the commit. Now I am going to use the deploy job, deploy to Nexus. I'm going to copy from this because remaining all this option is same. Only the goal name will change. Build, deploy, save, build now. You can see the console output. It's got failed. Why did it failed? Let's look at the error. It says it failed during last line upload. So it is not able to upload. Why is that so? Written code 401, reason phrase unauthorized. That means access issues. So probably it's trying to upload to the Nexus, but it's not able to do that because they're unauthorized. So probably the thing is, as I said, I have to modify two files. If you remember, I have to modify one file which is a pom.xml and another one is setting.xml, which I have not done so. So pom.xml I did it, but setting.xml I did not do that. So now I need to find out where is my pom configuration in this server. So you'll get it by the information via this one. Where is the Maven here. So this is a Maven. So this is the place where it got installed. CD. I lost the console. EC2-user sudo-s. This is the Maven installations. I have to go to the config. And I have to check the setting.xml. Go to the server section. If you remember, here it is. And this is the information which is here. Username is deployment repo. I'll go rename it to deployment. Okay, and why I'm renaming deployment, because in my source code also I put it this ID deployment, and the username also I have in deployment, so I'm going to change it. And then password deployment 123. So I just modify setting.xml and expecting everything to be done correctly. So I go to the Jenkins, build to Nexus, build now, go to the console, and here it is. Again it's failed, and due to the same reason, I think. Okay, so probably it's not changes been done not correctly or something. Let me check. Here everything is correct. Deployment 123. Let me check if it has same password. I just modify it. Correct. So everything is correct. Okay. So the reason I got it here, if you see that here, start of the comments and inside the comments. So this is not been considered actually. It's acting still as a comment. So that's a problem. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to rename this one and put it here. Yes. So this is the one. And I'm going to keep it after this one. So this section was in under the comments. That's the reason it was not picking up. So now I think it will take it. Small things you'll have to notice. It's a one-time setup, because once you set it up properly, after that you don't have to worry about any time. And this time it's a different error. It says now setting.xml is able to read it, but it has some issues with the syntax problem. So I did modify something which was not expected. Let me do that. Probably I did some mistake. Okay, so here it is like this. Start of the comments from here. Closing the comment I am doing, okay, wrongly. Okay, got it. Okay, so closing the comment here, but again, this is not under the comments. So here, this is the start of the comment. This is the end of the comment. Everything is fine. Okay, so this is the end with the comment again. No, this is the start of the comments. So, and this is the end. So it should be fine. I don't find any issues with that.
Starting the comment twice, yeah.
What is that?
The comment looks like, is it starting twice or?
Where is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
another sample. There is another sample. Right?
Okay. Yes. This. Now it should be good. Now, build now. Now it's been taken. Uploading is done successfully. Let me check that. What is the number it got uploaded? Nexus. What did the upload happen? So upload happened with this name. So it's a snapshot. It's a snapshot. So it will upload in the snapshot, which is here. So go back and refresh. now you got updated. You can see that. So this is the one which you have set it up. So far what we did, let me tell you. We did integrated Jira with source code management, which is a GitHub. We integrated GitHub with the Jenkins, Jenkins with the Maven, Maven with the packaging tool like a jar, word and all, and again JUnit, again SonarQube, and again the deploy to the Nexus. Now this flow is being called as a development flow. Okay, so now I need the right presentations, right presentations, because I should show to the all the developers at the only one place how things is happening. So I would say development life cycle. Okay, because after that the QA life cycle will start. We will do that one as well, but let's do that one by one. So now I'm going to create a pipeline for that, and I don't have a pipeline project, so which I'm going to do is, first thing, my build should be, after the build I should trigger the UT. First SonarQube, let's SonarQube. This standard static code analysis. After the build, after the UT, after the packaging, and finally it should do dep to repo. Okay, so this is the typical 5 jobs we have it, 1 2 3 4 5, and I'm going to create a dependencies in the Jenkins. So SonarQube should call build. Let's do that. So SonarQube configure post build action. Under the post build action, build other projects, which is here, and then save. Done. Now refresh this. Now build should call UT, unit testings. Should click on the build configuration, hold action, build other projects, UT, save, refresh. Now UT should call the package. So UT job configure post build action, save. Now package should call the last one, which is dep to repo. So dep to repo is a different name actually. Deploy to Nexus. So package configuration, post build action, save. So I created a dependencies between one. So if I call the one static SonarQube, automatically remaining will be called. So I just call it static SonarQube, and automatically everything will be done. So you can see this here, it will be changing in the left side. So now SonarQube is being done. Build is started. UT started. Left side you can check it out, bottom section. Build executor status. Package started. And then finally deploy to Nexus started. So everything is happening cool. This is called development lifecycle, but I need a better visualization. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the plugin called build pipeline plugin. So Jenkins, manage Jenkins, manage plugins, available tab, pipeline, and there's a lot of plugins are available for the pipeline. I don't need all these plugins. I'm just looking for the one which I'm this one, build pipeline. This is one is mine. Okay, I like it, this one. But you can try many other plugins also. A lot of plugins are available with a lot of features. There are more than 900 plugins. So you can try some of the other plugins if you do not like the mine. Okay, build pipeline is done. Go to the Jenkins, click on this action plus button, and here it is, the plugins I can see there. So development lifecycle, build pipeline plugin, click OK. And there are a lot of options there. First you have to select which each of first job. First job is SonarQube. How many number of builds you want to display? Let's say 10. And the meaning let it be same. Click OK. Done. So this is the visualizations. You run once, or you can set the scheduling. It will run every day, every hours, every minute, every week, whichever way you are comfortable, and depends the project requirement. The same view you can set it up in the monitor in your working area. That way everyone will be knowing about it. So I'm just trying to put the title here. Yeah, you can check it out. So any questions so far? So what we did, we integrated Jira, Sonar with the GitHub, GitHub with the SonarQube, Sonar with the build servers using Maven, Maven with the JUnit test cases, unit test cases again after that, packaging with the jar, and after the packaging we are going to integrate the Nexus, and where we are storing the artifacts. Any questions, any doubts, any confusion? Guys, are you there with me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
We are good, yeah. So
Okay.
in SonarQube, can you show the unit tests actually, which is you ran the unit tests right in SonarQube?
Here.
You test results in SonarQube. If you can go to SonarQube and show us.
Here it is.
I mean, unit tests, you might have written some unit tests, right? I mean, how many passed, how many failed, that one, can you see?
Oh, yeah, you can integrate. So let me integrate here. So you have to go to this development lifecycle, and you have to UT. So as of now, you cannot see this view, right? Let me show the view. Jenkins, UT, configure, post build action. Do you see any unit test cases? Here, publish JUnit test cases. Okay. And now, where is your XML file? So you have to locate it. So let me locate the XML file. Like the target, target, and test reports. And file report and the XML. So this is the okay.
I was the result 1 month course in CICD for IPS extension. मेरा FedEx को IPS course prepare करना है. Okay, right now I don't know. So we are fiber card. I told him keep it once clear, once
Hey, Muthu, you guys are on mute.
I'm going to create request ticket. Port number.
You see there? Your PIN number, test results, and how many okay. Duration 1 second, page 0, 0, pass 1. Is that what you are looking for?
Yeah, this one. And also, can we see? I mean, you might have also published it to SonarQube also, right? Dashboard. Are we
Right.
doing that?
Yes. So this is the SonarQube, and you have to explore the projects. You have only one project now. That is just BC Raj, which is coming from SonarQube properties. Click on it, and this way.
Okay, unit tests are not showing here, right? Is it showing?
No, unit test is not here actually. It's only for the static code analysis, but you can incorporate. But you can incorporate many utilities. So you have to, for the incorporation, you have to go to administration, system, update center, and available. Okay. And here you have to check, do you have unit test cases and plugins are installed or not. So you can install the plugins if it is not available. So I need to search actually. So let me search JUnit. So JUnit is not there. Let me set Clover. Clover is there. PMD is there, and all. Any questions?
Where we downloading this report here?
Downloading reports.
Yeah.
You want to download the reports, so you have to come here, explore projects. This is the projects, and you want to send these reports to, just a second, should be here somewhere. Shows. Okay, so this should be some button here for the reports. I'll tell you this one after exploring it. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
HSBC Raj. Just a second. Access line of code. Java. Okay, for JUnit, you can download the report from here. There only. I'll show you the place. Just a second. You have a UT. Workspace, target, Sunfire reports, which is, this is the report which you can download it. But if you want to generate the HTML reports, then you'll have to a little bit do the configurations. Actually, we have generated only XML reports, only for the reading purpose. You can generate XML reports or HTML reports also. But I believe from here also you can download it. Some options, I'm just looking for it. Basically, it's available on the dashboard. Anyone can access this one. So there is no access required for the viewing the reports, because, but here you have, okay, I think you have to download the plugins for that, because I'm having plugins installed and number of, so I can see that all those options. HTML. Just a second. SonarQube HTML export. So I think this plugin will work. And unfortunately, this is deprecated. That means this is this is written by some community people, but they have not governance plugin. Let me try this one. Governance, this is a nice plugin. I think it's not deprecated, so you can try this one. Gov, it's not coming here. Gov, oh, I just click on the install. That's the reason I was not finding. Yeah, so you can try this one. Governance plugins. You have to check. How can you? Okay, download is available here only. So what you can do, you can download this jar file and keep it in the SonarQube library directories, and then restart the SonarQube, and then you can just use it. And how to use it? So you can get the PDF and other again APIs also you get it. So there's so many solutions you'll find so many actually. It depends like this. We have some of the enterprise solutions, so we have set it up our own things with our enterprise plugins actually. You can also try this one, PDF plugin, which will help you to do that. Reports plugin which got outdated actually, and all that stuff. So there's a lot of solutions you'll get it for your requirements. Any other questions?
No, yeah, thanks.
Okay, so far we have integrated most of the developer activities. Now we're going to integrate some of the chef and some of the code coverage and acceptance testings related tools and sort of things. So let's do that after the lunch. So we're going to have a lunch break now, and we're going to meet up at 2 o'clock once again. So 1 to 2, and we're going to start 2 o'clock sharp about the chef things. How can you integrate chef with the Jenkins, and then code coverage and those sort of things. And then after that, after this integration of the chef and Docker and code coverage, which is like Jacopo, I'll show you the examples. After that, we're going to move to the Docker stuff. Okay, if you have any questions, please ask me. And then also I'll talk about the Maven versioning and things like that. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Okay, guys.
thanks.
2 o'clock.
We'll join back at 2. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we will get started.
Not sure who else has joined. This is Manchinath. I have joined. So probably others, if you are there, please say yes.
Okay, so I think I saw the 28 participants. I can see right now only 17. Guys, all rooms, whoever is there, can you please confirm me if you guys have joined? Everyone is there present, so we can get started, or we shall wait for few more minutes.
Rajesh, can you wait for another 5 to 10 minutes so that the Chennai team will join? Rajesh, you can start, Rajesh.
Okay.
Rajesh, Bangalore team is yet to come, so can you just hold on for 5 minutes more?
Sure. Yeah, we can wait. Is it okay? If we can start now.
Yeah, Ramesh. Yeah, you can start. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's get started. So in last sessions, we integrated many tools, and those are like we did for the Jira, then we Git, then SonarQube, then JUnit, then jar file with Nexus using Maven. So many things we did it. But now we have a package available in the Nexus, and we have to deploy into the n number of servers, n number of places. So how can you do that? So for that, let me open a new notepad. Then we are going to use the chef, one of the way, or Puppet, or Ansible, or like this. These tools, we call it configuration management tool. Okay, this tool we call it configuration management tools. We do have some of the tools which is like a container based technology. Container based technology in terms of deployment, and that we have a Docker. We do have some more technology which is called virtualization technology, and that way we use Vagrant. Okay, so there are a lot of solutions to deployment. We do have some dedicated tools for that as well, like udeploy and sort of thing. So we have so many solutions. It's up to you which one you want. Anyways, I'm not going to talk about this Vagrant and udeploy, but I'm going to talk about the chef and then Docker. So how it works, let me tell you. Okay, so basically you need to understand the first how chef works, and probably I have got the trainings done for this workshop in the Chennai, so people are aware of it. Now what happens, this is your chef server. Chef server. Okay, and this is where you are going to do the deployment to n number of servers. So this is the considering QS servers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is called, all these called smaller block, round block. All these are the servers for the QA deployments. Now this is you. You are going to send instruction to the server through the command that is called knife. Okay, there's a command line utility, which is, the name of the utility is called knife. Using that, you're going to send the instruction to the chef server saying that deploy that build from, and this is the Nexus. Nexus. Okay, sorry, I'm not able to write it properly. So here you'll be having the cookbooks. So I believe many of you have gone through the chef training. So those who have gone through the training, they understand what is the meaning of cookbooks. Cookbooks is nothing but a programs, is a kind of scripts which is been written in a chef. Okay, so what is happening here now? In the cookbooks, you write all the logic in which the cookbooks will copy the content from here, Nexus, and put it in all the server. Okay, so how can you, cookbooks will be knowing what I need to do that. So this will be sent by the users. This will be sent by the users to the server, and that is what happens. So let me repeat the flow. Users will send the request to the server and saying that okay, you execute this through knife, and server will receive the instructions to execute the cookbooks. Cookbooks will have the logic in which they will copy the artifact to the Nexus, from the Nexus, and keep it in all the places. And this is how the deployment can be done one way. One of the way which I did talked about configuration management way. Any confusion before moving to the demo part?
Rajesh, can you please repeat this again?
Hello, I'm not able to hear you. Hear you?
Hey Rajesh, can you please repeat this again?
Yeah. So did you understand till this one, till deploy to Nexus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the next task? I have to deploy from the Nexus. My next task is deploy from the Nexus. This is my Nexus. Okay. To these many servers. All these servers are these many. But how can you deploy from the Nexus to these many servers? It can be 10 servers, it can be 100 servers, it can be 500 servers, depends. So how can you deploy at once in a simple way and the most efficient and the fast way? How can you do that? So we are going to use a chef into that. So chef will be having the architecture. In that you're going to send the instruction to the chef server, and server will send the instruction to all the nodes. This is called nodes basically. To deploy this Nexus artifact from here to all this place, and that's logic which will be written within the cookbooks, which is a script actually which is lying in the chef server, which has been written in order to deploy the application. So that is how it works. Any confusion?
Yeah, no, Rajesh. Hey, one more thing. So this 100 or 10 servers, like they should be in the same format, or it can be any server.
It can be any server. It can be Windows, it can be Linux, it can be Mac. So all this logic of this is written in your cookbooks. Okay, so you have to know that how to write a cookbook and sort of things. So in that, the logic will be written.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Okay, so now this is what I am going to do. So from this architecture, what you understood, we need the few elements. First of all, we need a chef server. We need to do the knife configuration. So after this chef server, we need to do the knife configuration. Okay, we need to have cookbooks, and we need to have a nodes. So this is a knife configuration, this is a server, this is a cookbook, and these all are nodes. So all the logic, whether it should copy from the Nexus or Artifactory or Next Archive or any FTP, all this logic you are writing in the cookbooks directory, cookbooks file. So all these important 4 factors we needed in order to show the demo. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing. So here I'm going to have a server. So I'm going to use one of the server, which is a cloud-based server, manage.chef.io. This is my self server, which is hosted in the cloud. So here you have a nodes, you have a reports, policies, administrators. So what I will do, I will create an organization for this activity. So let me create organization. An organization name would be, let's say, MPS. Short name also I'll put it MPS. This is already used. Let's see MPS online. Okay, this is all this procedures you have to follow one time only in order to set up the chef server. So I've just created I'm setting up the chef server. So after that I have to do the knife configuration. So I just got it, the MPS online, which is my organization. I'm going to download the starter kit, which will have nothing but the knife configuration. So I just got it, and this is my knife configuration. I'm going to copy it to the ops directory, and from here I am going to move this one to my place which will become my workstation. So what I'm doing, I'm using this machine as a workstation also in this Linux box. Okay, sudo -s. Okay, so I'm going to use the WinSAP to transfer my file of the configuration file, which is here. IP address is this one. Password is ec2-user, sorry, username, and password is a keys which I'm going to pass it from here. Yes. Okay. And I'm going to copy to my Linux box, which is my workstation. This is the, I'm creating, this is a workstation, this is me. So I got it. Now I'm going to copy user home EC2 user chef to location, this one, and unzip it. Unzip is not there. Let me install it. Yum install unzip. Okay, safe repo. And now I will check the connection whether everything is okay or not. So how do we check? Knife node list. Knife is no command is not found, so I have to install the chef dk because knife command is found in the chef dk. And chef dk I have here. wget done. I'm installing rpm-ivh. Chef dk stands for the chef development kit. Using that you can write cookbooks, you can test your cookbooks, you have all the utility including the knife. So Cheney folks, I think recently we had a training actually, first chef, so probably you must be knowing about all this stuff. So now chef knife is the command which you got it, and node list is a way to verify if the server is able to connect or not. I'm able to connect. Cookbook list, if you are not able to connect, then you'll get the error. Actually my command was wrong actually in this case. Yes, so I'm able to connect, and this is my server. My server is this one. It has a no nodes. You can see there's wrong here. I need to select the MPS online, which is my organization for today's, so it is here. Okay, so this is the notes, you have it. Okay, now I need a cookbook which I can, so let me go one by one. I got it chef server, that is done. I set up a knife configuration, that is done. Now I need a cookbook. Okay, so now I am going to generate a cookbooks on the fly, and there's a many ways in which you can generate a cookbooks, but I am going to use a knife cookbook create, and then web. Let's create a web cookbook, and I got the cookbook inside the cookbooks directory. You can see the cookbooks directory, you got the web right here inside the cookbook directory web. Okay, now what I want to be installed in the cookbooks. I have to write logic, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write the cookbook logic you can download the file. Let me put it like this. Recipes cd this is the file default.rb. So whatever you want to do, all the logic goes here. Whether you want to download something, copy something, whatever you want to do that. How can you write the program? It's another course again, but just for the sample, I'm going to put it some program here, package httpd. I'm installing, using that I'm installing httpd, okay, that's all. And then service httpd do action start end. I'm sure some of you, those who do not understand the chef programming, you might not be able to get it, but what I did nothing great. Just I installed the httpd and started the services of httpd. That's all. This is the things. So now my cookbooks is ready, but I need to upload it. So I am going to upload knife cookbook upload web. And now the cookbooks is getting uploaded web to where? Chef server. So this is the place where you get all the cookbooks, and uploading happened, you got the cookbooks. So third important thing is also done. Now I'm going to need a notes, but I don't have a node right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cover that. I'm going to create a nodes which is on this machine. So I'm going to get the new machines here immediately. One node I needed for time being. One, here it is. Micro will work for me. A storage 30 GB. Add tags, security group. It should be CM Galaxy. Copy, launch, keys SCM Galaxy. Okay, so this is one of the node. You can have as many as nodes you wanted. It's up to you. Now this is the IP address which I got it, and now I am going to add a node. So that's called bootstrapping process. So knife, and rather than I remember usually, or I do the mistakes. So chef.
Rajesh, I have a doubt, Rajesh.
Yeah, tell me.
Actually, from the cookbooks, using the knife command, you uploaded the cookbook to the web, right? Chef.io, right?
Just give me 2 seconds. I'll make it frame the commands. Let's see if I do the typo, then it will be a problem for me. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll create a command and then I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
And address, this one, username, and identity file locations. I have to keep it somewhere. Tasks, pending, keys, PM file. And I am going to keep it my identity file in the root chef repo. Okay, and vi node.pm file, and that is done. What is this location? This one. Here it is, node.pm file, node name, that is nice. Okay. Correct. ec2-user wrong. Okay, and now next command which I should execute it, knife ssh, here it is. This one, this is the one-time activities, and the node name is node here, and I am going to need this one. Just a second. Let me create a command. I will explain you each step. Just watch me doing it carefully. You'll understand. Correct. Okay, so I'm ready with it. Now what I'm doing, okay, I got the Ceph server. You can see that the Ceph server, this is the one. Remember, as per this command, let me remind you, I have a, this is me, and I'm using the knife command. I send the instruction to the server. Server has a cookbooks which I uploaded it, and server manage the all the nodes. Okay, and this is what I'm doing. And then in the cookbooks, the logic is written. It will copy the artifact from the Nexus and it will copy to the all the node through the server. So that's what happened. It's very simple. Now few setups which I am doing, it's a one-time activities like this one, like this. It's only one-time activities. This and this. Only the change activities will happen. This one. This command will be always happening, and you'll have to run it automatically. Remaining thing is a lesser one-time activity. Okay. So now, tell me what is the question? Yeah.
The screen is not refreshing. We see still MS Paint.
Hello.
Rajesh, the screen is not refreshing. We are still seeing the MS Paint.
Are you sure? Are you able to see my notepad?
No, we are seeing that MS Paint thing.
No, just again, let me share one more time. Can you see my?
No, Rajesh.
This session recording being recorded. Rajesh?
Hi guys, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I don't know, maybe it got stuck here. So I was doing nothing. So what I was trying to say, in order to do the self-deployment to hundreds of servers, there's some activities which need to be set it up properly in advance. So like a self server, you should be having knife configuration, you should be having cookbooks, libraries, and all the stuff. You should be having notes and all sort of things. And then if everything is done, then you just have to click this command and keep running all that. So there's a few things one time, and this line is as many times you want it. So what were the questions you guys had it? What were the questions, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we able to hear you now.
Yeah. Any questions? I think
Yeah.
someone had asked questions. I asked him to hold on for a few seconds. So what was the question?
Yeah, Muthu, you are asking something, right?
I was on mute actually. Hey Rajesh.
Yes.
Okay. The question is actually, so you have given that command to upload the cookbooks into the web, right?
Yes. That was the long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that command actually, but my question is how that cookbooks upload that cookbooks into that chef.io or that URL, that path.
Oh, that is called knife configuration. No, I downloaded one knife configuration from the server and uploaded to the place. I'll show you that location. That's all about the knife configuration. Knife is the one which will talk to the server, and it'll do the things for you. So let me show you. If you see my chef-repo, okay, which is here, and if you see that there's one directory which is hidden, .chef. If you go inside the directory, which is here, you will find one file that's called knife.rb. And if you describe this file here you have an address, okay, here you have a keys, here you have a location of the cookbooks and everything. So that's where it's going down.
Okay. Say for example, if I have a multiple organization.
So in that case, if you have a multiple organizations, you need to have a multiple knife.rb, and you keep changing the knife.rb name, or you keep it in a different directory if you don't want to use it in the same directory.
Okay. Okay, I got it. But say for example, if I have a knife.rb, then my knife.rb should be in a different cookbooks, right? Folder, right?
Right, yeah.
For each and every cookbooks, my knife.rb will differs, correct?
No. One organization can have n number of cookbooks, n number of nodes, and one knife.rb.
Okay.
So if
So
you look at my directory structure, let me show you the tree structures, tree skeleton. Tree, let me install it, this utility.
install L.
Yeah. So knife.rb will be having one, and that knife.rb will have a cookbooks directory and number of cookbooks. You have a starters, you have web, and we have roles, you have node.pm, and many more things. Okay, that directory will be hidden. So this is the .chef which has a knife.rb and permission file. Knife.rb has a location of your server actually, an organization. Did you got it?
Yeah, I got it. So one organization will have many cookbooks.
Yes.
Okay, but only
One organization can see. If you look at this URL, MPS Online is my organization. It has a one cookbook. Similarly, it can have a many cookbooks. But the moment I change my organizations, I'll move into the some other organizations, which might be having few cookbooks or no cookbooks. Here again, we have one cookbooks. Let's move some other organization like 5 December. Here again, we have one cookbook. Here, if I change the organization again to the 29th September, here we have no cookbooks. Here, if I change the program recently, I think HCL Chennai, right? So let me check which one I created. I don't remember. So something I created, DevOps evening.
Fine, that's fine, Rajesh.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so can I have one cookbook for multiple organization?
No. One cookbook for the multiple organization. What you have to do? You have to upload to the different organization same cookbook n number of times.
No, I'm asking is one knife.rb file. Okay, I can use it for multiple organization, right?
Yes, if you want to use it for the multiple organizations, what you need to do, the logical steps is you have to change the knife.rb to the new organization. As of now, MPS Online, just change the name of this and you can start using the same keys actually.
Okay. Okay, so which means
if you look
that
at the URL of this.
Yeah, which means that we can provide at a time only one URL. I mean, like one organization URL inside the knife.rb file, correct?
That's correct. In a simple word, you can provide the only one knife.rb. If you have a multiple configuration, then you can just keep it name, and then whenever you switch the context, either you rename it or you have it in the different directory. So that way I'm having as of now everything under the root chef repo. You can have a chef repo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, so now back to the point. So what I am doing, most of the activities I had to do only one. So I got the server, I got the knife configuration, I got the cookbooks, and the last one which I did not get it is in nodes. So let me get this node also. So what I did, I got the one new machine through the EC2. You can see this is the second machine which is running, the IP address which is here, this one 187. So I'm adding this as a nodes. Okay, the same user ID. I have it in this location, and the name of the node would be node 1. That's all. So that's the first activities I have to do. So let me do that. Here, let me clear the screen. I'm adding it. It's a one-time activities. So now Chef client is being installed in the node by the server. This is called bootstrapping. Okay, done. So one node is done. I have a similar way. You can add as many nodes you wanted. You can use the roles also. And there's so many concepts as of now in the Chef. So I would not like to confuse with the too many things for the non-Chef background users. We got the one nodes as of now. So that means one deployment I want to make it. So now one thing is done. Now I'm going to assign the cookbooks. So node 1 will be having the cookbooks assigned, which I'm having as of now only one web, which I uploaded. I did it. Now everything, all the prerequisite is done, and now just you need to run this command, knife SSH knife node 1 every time. So whenever you want to deploy new things, every time you have to change this one. But I'm going to run from where? I'm going to run from the Jenkins. So this I'm going to use Jenkins. I can run through command line also, but this should be added from the Jenkins. So new items, deploy to QA, freestyle, okay. And in this, I am going to get the environment, my setup, my working environment is here. Okay, so let me set it up one by one. So I'm going to change my workspace. So first of all, how can I change my workspace? So I have to find that options in custom workspace, and my custom workspace is here. This is my one. So the command will be executed from there because I have set up the command, and I shall go to the build, and the last command which will run every time, and that is the here. And it's a Linux box, so execute shell, run this command, done. Now everything is done. Before that running the job, let me tell you, I wanted to install only HTTPD server, and you can see this HTTPD server in these machines. No, there is no HTTP installed. So now I'm going to run this machine, this job here. Build now. I just ran it. It got failed. We'll troubleshoot. Console output, and it says failed to make directories. Okay. So the reason is the fail to make a directories because the reason is very obvious, and the reason I can tell you that the Jenkins is running as a Jenkins. Let me show you. By showing you, let me confirm. See, Jenkins is running as a Jenkins username. Okay, but if you look at the permission of this file, go back one step back, and if you see the ls-lrt, chef repo is running as a root. So that's the reason it's throwing some error. So no problem. I'm going to change the owners of this directory. Jenkins chef. Here, I think -r in cap. Change it. Now if I do ls-lrt, you can see this is running with the Jenkins now. So it's owned by Jenkins. So probably that error should be going now. All these are one-time setup. Once you are done with the workstation setup, you will like it. Again, we have some error. We'll check it out. Again, it's saying IO exception, failed to create a directory. Okay, it says failed to create a directories because it should not create the directory. The reason is failed to create a directory because that directory is existing already, so it should not be done. So probably I have to change the configuration a little bit. Configure custom workspace, and just a second, where is that? Where modified, use custom workspace. Okay, so this is trying to create it, and that's not a good for me. So what should I do? I should let me try find more options. I have one alternative option, but I would like to avoid that one. And what I'm going to do, here, this one. Okay, so that way I will not have to get trouble for this. Okay, so seems to be fine. Let me try and let's see that if error is coming. Error again, and this time different error. Is CICD not a directory? Strange. It is a directory. Line number 2, CD, not a directory. How come? Yeah, it is a directory. Must be something else. There are a lot of ways you can execute it. I'm just trying to find out the way. CD chef repo. Let me comment this line as of now, and mkdir check, save, build now. Once again, not a directory. Okay, so let me do one thing. Probably keeping under the root is not a good idea. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move everything chef repo to OPT. So probably that should solve the problem. And now I should run every command through the OPT repo, and this is the location OPT chef repo, because I given the permission Jenkins, so it should be problem. It should not be a problem, but it is a problem now. But we should solve it. And okay, so now it's done. So probably permission was the problem. It was not able to get into the root user places. And now I can see that it's happened, and I can see the check is created. So if check is created, I can trigger my script from there also. So I'm going to modify my scripts, build, uncomment the one line. I don't need this one anymore, and save, build now. So now let me follow the log, build failure, and this time build has failed due to some issues. That issue is sudo is not supported. Yeah, these are the issues which is mine. So as of now I am not needed this one. Okay, so there's something which I have to correct it, because, and I think your command is ready. So your setup is ready to deploy flawlessly without any issues. 7 number build, console output, and warning fail to connect, authentication issues. Okay, so it passed, but it is failed to connect actually. So that to avoid that one, what you're going to do, you are going to correct your, it's not a problem with my setup, it's a problem with this one, because my location of this node is changed. So I should change the path also, and here is the PM file, different one. So this should work now. Let's check it out. And you have to write a logic. If the return value is 0, then or return value is 1, based on that you can pass and fail the build. So those are the things we can write it down, small script, and that will work for you. And again, it's a problem. So let me manually do that first. So please log in EC2 user. Okay, it's done, it seems like. There's no problem. So why the error has come? So let me verify. 187. Nope. Did I miss something? I have missed something. Sudo self client user. Okay. See, I have missed this one. Little bit of mistakes, and it can spoil your program. And Let me first verify this command. Yeah, this is perfectly working fine. I can see that it's installed the HTTPD. It's installing right now. I can see that here, and it will take few seconds. And now it should start the services. Cool. Now it started the services. Now it's running. So I should get this page, welcome page, and I got it. So if that is there, if it is running there, I shall put it there. And now my automation deployment is also ready to work. Okay. Sorry, I have to copy this command. So whole setup is completed. Now you have flawless deployment and build now. And now, cool, it's been done. See? So now you can see that deployment has happened. So what is the thing you should like it? Probably you don't like this page. So what you're going to do, you're going to push your new code. So we're going to push the new code. So I'll tell you this, that one workaround for it. And workaround is, I'm going to delete the remaining file which is not needed, because you are not going to change the code of cookbooks in the here, but you are going to change the code in, let me show you that workaround. Everything is correct. I'm just cleaning up the remaining things which I created. Okay, cool. So git init done, git add -a done, git commit -m first version done. Cool, everything is done. Now what I'm going to do, git push od good push and github.com, and I'm going to create a new repository here. So I'm doing more automation, so it will be flawless. So HMP cookbooks, MPS cookbook. This cookbook should be hidden only to the ops guys, because they can grab the keys and all the stuff, like it's not a good idea. So push master, I'm pushing that. My user ID is SCMGalaxy and password I am not going to tell you. And done. So now I have this my push to the GitHub same time, and now I am going to set up my job, which is the deployment job, from this place, source code management, git this repository, and now inside this repository I am going to build section. I'll just copy this command to here and disable it, delete it. I'm going to need it later. First I should verify whether checkout is happening clearly or not. Cool, checkout is happening. I can see that workspace is this one, and cool. So I just don't need the first line of the command, rather than I can call only this guy. Okay, so now I am going to deploy job configuration, build Linux here, call this guy, and done. Your whole automation is completed. So what you have to do, probably one more try last time, so it should be flawless. So deployment to n number of queue servers, it got failed. What's the reason for it? And it says okay, so dot chef SCM Galaxy PM file probably has not come. So no such file. Okay. Again, I just missed it. So the node.pm is changed, so address would be changed as well. So rather than what I'm going to do, workspace. This is the variable which I'm giving. The variable is Jenkins variables. Okay, so there's so many variables you can try in Jenkins, and one of these are this one. So now again path got changed, so I have to change my scripts also, and now it should work fine, I believe so. Hopefully there's no issues. Again we have got the issues. Could not be loaded. I'm wondering why it's so. Okay, it's not readable. No problem. It's not readable. So we'll make this readable. So ch mode -r 755 dot this one. Okay, there's one more way to make it recursive. Chmod Joomla recursive. I'll get the whole command, and the command is this one. Done. So file, directory, recursive, everything is correct. Small issues, but it's a one-time fix. You put all the fixes together in one script and then run it, and that worked for you. So now it's again different issues. No, it's the same. Check your configuration to ensure that the private is readable. So it's not able to read this file. So I am going to hard code this for time being. There's a many solutions for that, but I don't want to get into that. Here chmod 755 is not able to read the directory. Workspace, this one. Hard coded, I actually hard coded, because the first two command is not able to read that hidden directories and hidden files. Oh, come on. Let me check. Do you have that file or not? CD. Yes, we have it. Do you have this file? Oh, this file is not there, unfortunately. So probably the check-in is not happened actually. That's the reason. So it got missed out. No problem. So it should have been gone to the Git, but somehow it got missed out. That file did not get committed, and that was the root cause for all the error. So let me close a few windows before getting into that. Its setup is okay, but it just .chef keys file has not come here, and that's a problem. So I have to push it manually. opt chef repo chef get add SCM Galaxy. Okay, so what it says? Okay, so if those who understand the Git, they may understand. Basically, it's not my problem also, it's ignored problem. So There's one setup which is ignoring that SCM scmgalaxy.pm file, and that setup is here, hidden is here. So I'm going to remove it. So this is a gift, you got it from the starter kit. So actually this is a right practice. We can't help it because this you are not supposed to copy in the Git actually, but I am doing it just to make this flow smooth and then demo smooth, but you should manually copy all the time. And this is the first line. I am modifying it. In fact, let me move the second line also. Okay, now I think I got it done. So git add dot chef git status. Now it's done. Git commit -m adding few files, and git push, it should be here. Done. And SCM Galaxy. SCM Galaxy and password. Done. Okay, now I should get this job here. So console output, yes, now it's happening, and you can see that. So now why I did pushed out all the cookbooks related directly to the GitHub? The reason was because the you do the shape programmers do the shape programming, and they push the code into the GitHub only. So that's the reason, to have a smooth flow, I just pushed it. So what you did, deployment has done in this machine, but you did not like this page. Why? Because of some reason. I don't want that page to be there. So what you're going to do, a SAP program will come into the pictures, and they're going to modify your cookbook. Okay, here they're going to push it, cookbooks web, which I have used it, and recipes. This is the program which is going to write it, default.rb, and suppose he wants to write a file that is called file, and which file? var html www, or it's opposite. Let me verify. So var html www or www.html. Let me verify. It should be var www.html. Yeah, I was doubting it. So var www.html, that's the location of your HTTPD server. HTML, okay, and then index.html. Okay, do content hello emphasis. This is my coding. Done. Adding hello. Usually you should do the modification with the Git, but I'm not just following the process because you have understood by now. And now I will trigger this job. Build now. 18. Let's wait for this to be completed. Done. And this is the deployment of the new server. It's not done. Okay, so there's some problem. Let me check what could be the problem. Let me check why did not happen. Cookbooks, web, recipe, default.rb, because I modified. and I'm going to copy to this location. I'm just checking it. Why didn't come that file? So I saw that var HTML www.html index. Everything is correct, but it's not taken. Console output. Service done. Okay, so I'm going to check it out. More cookbooks, web. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I got it. The thing is, I did changes in the GitHub, but I did not upload it. I did not upload it to the server. Remember, I have to upload to the server. So from the server it's getting pushed. So I have to add one more line, which I completely missed out, and that is here. Knife, cookbook, upload, web. This is the perfect one. Now I think it should be without any issues. So done. I know the process is a little bit lengthy, but once you set it up, all this process in one flow, you'll have a very good time automating. So you see this upload has happened. Now it's going to have a fun. So now it's going to deploy the new version of the things, which is here, and it's done. So now upload is happened. Next one is you're going to do that. So you are calling what? You are calling the UT. Okay. So after the UT, you're going to no. After the deploy to Nexus, you're going to call this deploy to QA. So let me modify here. Configuration and build, post build actions, build other project, and deploy to QAs. And like this, you can deploy to hundreds of server in no time. And now I have to make it a little bit smaller, so make it better and click. So now you can understand how can you integrate together all these tools. So what we have done so far, and I have still not completed the whole things. Jira integration with the Git integration with the Jenkins integration with the SonarQube, Maven, JUnit, Jar, var, Nexus, and then Chef. Are you able to understand that what's the power of the integration? So now you have to just click once, everything will be done automatically from the building, static code analysis, unit test cases, packaging, deploy to the Nexus, deploy to hundreds of server through Chef, and then running the acceptance testings. Any doubts, any questions? Any questions?
Yeah, Rajesh, one question I have. So when we starting any of the task, right, in Jira, so basically we'll start the planning of the project, and we will implement the code. So I mean that thing also will be covered here in this.
Oh, Jira we have covered to start with the training actually. Jira and Git integration we did already covered. I think you got late or something?
No, sorry. I mean, I'm saying that, so in this, whatever the Jenkins job, which is currently is doing this one, right? So that, like, I mean, planning part won't be coming over here, right?
No, planning is planning is not producing any output. No, planning is something like developers. Only the developers will get the information like, okay, this is the code we need to do, this is the task you need to do, but you need to know what are the commits you have made in order to fix that task or bug or enhancement or any project related act. So that will be done anyways on the Jira side. If you want to see that here, you can see it very well. Let me show you. So here you have a build, and if you click here, started by Rajesh Kumar, this is the one, build number 7. Let me show you some initial build actually. 2 number. So here it's not coming. 3 number. Build number 4. Let me. Okay, so as of now you cannot see that. So let me integrate Jira with the Jenkins also. So let me do that. So for that you have to integrate, install the plugins. So manage Jenkins, manage plugins, available sections, Jira. I'm going to integrate Jira and Jira plugin, integrate Jenkins with the Jira. This is the one. In fact, you have so many plugins, you can try it out and see that how it will help you. But there's a limitless possibilities, you know, and then the limitation is only till you visualize what you can integrate together. So now I install the Jira. Okay, now I am going to configure the Jira. Let me find out where this configuration changes. Jira, here it is. So here you have to give the Jira URL, and where is my Jira URL? It should be somewhere here. Here it is. So this is my Jira URL. Let me close the remaining pages to avoid the confusion. Okay. And how do you would like to authenticate and all sort of things. Username, I think I forgot the username. Anyone has remembered this username? I think admin, I guess so. Admin, no, Rajesh and admin123, I think. Rajesh and admin123. So username is Rajesh and password is admin123. Connection timeout, everything is okay. Done. Okay. You can validate the settings also over there. And now, if you see the build number 2, and here you have started by Rajesh 3. See here. Now this is got, so MAS3, that means this build number 3 has happened for the MAS3, which is the ticket number. So now you can correlate everything like why this build is happening and all that. Got it?
Yes, Rajesh.
Yeah. So this is the way we can integrate. Let me introduce the last one, which is a Jacoco, which I did not talk about it. So Jacoco is a code coverage process. It will tell you what are the number of percentage of the testing you have completed. That's the only one thing which is pending. So let me do that quickly before moving to the Docker section. So I'm going to see the code coverage. This is called CC. I'll go name it. And for the code coverage, I have a few projects created. So let me use those one. So where is the code coverage? Jacoco, and I shall use it this one or this one or this one. Let me use this one. Okay, and here it is. Okay, source code management, repository URL, build, and here I am going to I'm looking for the Maven, which is here. verify, and then add build Jacoco. Jacoco is not, I have not installed it, so I have to install it. So go to the Jenkins, manage Jenkins, and manage plugins, which is here, available plugins, and I'm going to Jacoco, install without restart. Done. Jacoco plugin, I have installed it, and CC, which I am now, I'm going to back to configuration page and build port sections. Here Jacoco, everything I'll let it remain same. If you have a path changes, please change it, but I program I given the sample program in a way so I don't have to change the sample programming, I mean this default setup. So everything exe file in the file you will find in the same directory, classes also you'll find in the same directory, all the Java class you'll find in the Java file, and all the stuffs. Save, build now. And now it's happening. And it's done. Now I just click on the CC, and you can see this code coverage. You have got it. Coverage trend, the more you do that run, the more trend you get it. As of now, this is the summary reports. If you click on it, so it's a very simple program, so you get the very less things. The more complicated program, more information you get it. So it's like this. So now the one last thing is like after the deployment to the Nexus, deployment to the QA servers, you run acceptance testings, and I'll make the dummy job acceptance testings. Let's keep it new items, and in the acceptance testing you are going to call the Selenium test cases, and then post build action. Here I am going to call the other project, which is called CC, save, and now deploy to QA will call the acceptance testings, because after the deployment you have to run the acceptance testings, which is Selenium, QTPs, and all that stuff. So now build other project, and then acceptance testings, done. Now everything is configured, and this is your complete DevOps cycles. Okay, so now let me make it smaller. Here it is. And now you can see that from that you have the code, you have requirement got into the Jira from the developer has received it, he has coded into the Git. From the Git, SonarQube has done the static code analysis. From the static code analysis you do the build is successful, then you do the unit test cases. After the unit test cases, once it is successful, you do the packaging, and after the packaging you do that, you deploy to the Nexus. After the deploying to the Nexus, you have to deploy to the QA servers, and from the QA servers you have to deploy to the acceptance, you have to run the acceptance test cases, and after that code coverage. And this is the whole DevOps life cycles. This is how you should set it up, and everything should be done without any manual interventions, without any wait time, and in between the each phases, and then you'll be able to set up the CICD pipeline using that. Any questions?
Yeah, we don't have any questions, Rajesh.
Okay, so now if you have any questions, please ask me before getting into the another topic. So we have two topics which is remaining. We cover the whole, showing you the how can you set up the whole life cycles. through the automations using the multiple tools integrate together with the Jenkins. Now we're going to move on to the Docker. I'll have a demo as well as lab. I'll ask you to do some of the activities, and then we do the, before that I'll talk about the Maven versioning and then Docker demo, and then to end with Docker lab. So before that, let's have a 15 minutes of break. Let's grab some coffees or teas, and then we'll meet up 3:27. So we're going to meet up at 3:40. Okay, and we'll continue our journey with the Docker. Okay. Okay, everyone.
Yes, yes.
Okay, guys, let's see you in 15 minutes. Hello guys. Hello guys. Guys, are you there with me? Guys, can you hear me?
Rajesh, this is Muthu here. I'm able to hear you.
Guys, can you hear me?
Rajesh, this is Muthu here. I'm able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Rajesh,
Okay, great. So can we get started?
I'm not sure about others, Rajesh.
Okay. Guys, from the each room, can you please confirm? Guys, can you please confirm?
Hello, this is Manjunath. I'm there.
Yeah, Rajesh, we can hear you.
Okay, can we get started?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So now let me talk about the versioning. So someone asked me what is a Maven versioning. So in Maven we have a two kind of versioning. One is a release and another one which we call it snapshot. Okay. So there are two kind of versioning we have. The meaning of the release is stable release, stable version. That means you can use for the productions and stuff like that. Snapshot means non-stable. Okay, so snapshot means non-stable, not stable, but still you can use it for the any of this trial purpose or something like that. Release versions you will something like this, number will be like this or 1.0 or 2.0.1, like this. These are the versions you will see in the release version. Whenever you see the stable snapshot version, you will see 1.2 but hyphen snapshot. So this will make the difference between the which is a release and which is a not a release version. So or 2.0.1 hyphen snapshot. So that in a simple word, whenever you see the non-stable release, you will see the word that is called snapshot always, hyphen snapshot always with this release. So this is the two kind of release you have in the Maven actually. So is that answer your question, or you want me to answer some other things or as well in terms of Maven versioning? Guys, are you with me?
Hey Rajesh, we understand this. I mean, are you going to show some example by implementing this, or is it?
Okay, so you want me to show you examples? Yes, let's get into this. So command, here I have a D drive, and here I have a Sonar source code, and I should have some this one. So this I was using for the demo purpose, D drive. So now if you look at this form.xml here, the version which I'm using as of now, the version is 1.2. That means it's a release version. Okay, simple, it's a release version. So now if I do Maven deploy, first let's do the packaging. So first, before that, let's cleaning up all this stuff, whatever I did created last time. And I'm just cleaning up everything. Okay, so now if you see that I just cleaned up everything, and I'll just show you. Target, SRC target and all the stuff is okay. Moved, removed. So now I'm going to package it. So now remember, your version number is 1.2. Your packaging is jar, artifact ID is Maven. Okay. Enter. Okay, so now you see that in the when you created a package, then package name what you get, my Maven -1.2.jar, and that has come from here, my Maven -1.2.jar. So this is the stuff which has been considered. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert this into the snapshot. Okay, I'm just versioning, and I just do this build. I'm not cleaning up because I want that to be older one to be remain there. And you see that there's a file which got created. And now if I go to target directory, you have a snapshot. So you can see the difference between these two. So if you do that version with the without snapshot, we'll get the jar file like this. If you do the version number with the happen snapshot, we'll get the jar like this. What is the significance of this one in while you are uploading this artifact to the repository? So let me do that. So right now I'm having the package, I'm having the version number happen snapshot, and I'm uploading it. So how do you upload? Maven deploy to the Nexus, because I just modified everything. you are building the snapshot and it's getting deployed to the Nexus, and that Nexus should be here. So this is the Nexus, whatever you have, repository. And if you remember, you created a MPH for the release, and let me verify. Okay, here it is. MPH for release, you can see this release policies, and MPH snap for the snapshot. So by logic, this should be uploaded, this has uploaded, but it has uploaded to where? If you look at it, the path here, MPS snap, it has uploaded to the MP snaps. But the moment you change that to the release back and then upload one more time using the Maven deploy, and it is failed. No, yeah, it is failed. Why is that so? Because here is a difference. In the snapshot, you can modify and keep it as many you wanted. So here com, and this directory structure has been coming from here, com SCM Galaxy Maven sample. So com SCM Galaxy Maven sample, my Maven is the name, and this is your version 1.2, and this is the 2 times you did the build. Now, if you see the repository of the release type, you can push only one release. Release cannot happen twice. So com SCM Galaxy Maven sample my Maven 1.2. So this is already there, and that is the reason. If it is already there, so how it's not able to upload it? Because the versioning is not matching. Versioning is not matching. So what are you going to do? Okay, there's some typo actually. Let me redo that thing. It's failed due to typo, not due to the versioning is not mapping, but it will fail as well in this case, because you cannot do the releases two times with the same number, because 1.2 I have already done the release, and now you see that it's taking more time. See, build failure. Why? Because it could not transfer it the same version. Why? Because of this is already exist. So to avoid this, what you're going to do? You're going to make it the version 1.3, which is a release version, and do that one more time deploy.
Rajesh.
Yes.
Rajesh, can we make this automated? Like every time when you build this code, so the version should get incremented.
Yes, it can be possible. So if you know the Maven, then you can pass the variables like this. Okay. So, and that variables, it can come from the Jenkins number or the number which you are providing manually. So here it can be, if you want to provide the Jenkins build number, then you have to provide this variable. Or if you want to pass any other variables which is a user defined, you can pass it any variables like this. So you have to use the
for example, we started with 1.2, right? Just keep with that version number, starting version number, and whenever you build the package, the version number should get incremented. Can we just try that example?
Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all this are playing with the properties. It's possible. Okay. Same thing will work. 1.2 is remain consistent, and this will be Jenkins build number.
Okay.
My question is actually 1.2. Just keep it 1.2 itself. Okay. Whenever you do the next build, it should increment to 1.3. So like that, the incrementation should go on.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. You have to pass this sequential number from somewhere. So that is where I said you have to pass it through somewhere, 1.2 to 1.3, 1.3 to 1.4. So from where it's passing. So if you see the Jenkins, that behavior you have in the Jenkins also, if you do the build 1, next build will become a 2, 3, third become will be 3. So from there, that number you can take it up and then put it at here. So if your build number is 1.2 here, so what you like this, and here this will be incremented all the time based on the Jenkins number. But this is the one way. There are another way also you can do that. So if you want to know how many Jenkins, and you can provide the custom properties also, build parameterize. So these are the variables, Jenkins environment variables you can use in the build sections also. And that will help you to automate the environment to the certain extent. Also, what you can do, you can set some of the registered parameters information in environment variable, and it should always increment 1. And after that, doing the build, you should always reset it to the new one. So that just did you this one, build underscore number. Okay.
Okay, Rajesh.
What you can do, if you want to customize it and you don't want this to be followed by the Jenkins, what you can do, go to the system properties and add variables. So how can you add the variables? So you go to this place, my computer, here, okay, and advanced settings. It's up to, I mean, so many ways actually. It's up to you which one you like it. Let's say var, and var value is 5. Next, okay, that is done. Var value is done. Now I am going to print this one. So echo, how can you print it? Echo, this is the way I'm just printing it. Var. That's all. So next time what will happen? You use this one, and next time you reset, set var is equal to 6, and now if you call this 6, so it's up to you. And now you can call this same variable in the Maven also. So it's up to you how you use it. Hello guys, are you able to hear me?
Fine, Rajesh.
Yeah, Rajesh.
Okay, so now what you're going to do is this questions. Next one is a Docker. So this is the last topic. So if you have any questions, please share with me. So I'm going to talk about the Docker now. So let's talk about the Docker. So I'm going to introduce quickly. If you remember the physical server environments where we were not having virtual machines and sort of things. Yes. So when you are not having the virtual machines and sort of things, how we used to set up the server? So if you have a 10 server requirement, what you used to do? You need to order 10 physical servers. Okay, physical servers, and that is the places where what you used to do. You used to order 10 CPU, 10 CPU, 10 RAM, 10 hard disk, 10 operating systems, and all this stuff. So this is how you used to do that. And normally you used to access, normally you used to set it up more than your requirement. So normally if you have a 5 GB of the RAM requirement for the each servers, you will order 10 GB. Why? Because you know that the process is very slow. If you want to upgrade the systems, you won't get it just like that. So you just foresee like, okay, based on the experience with the system and then based on the experience with the people, I should order more than my requirement. So if in future, if I have a requirements which is increasing, then I don't have to run around here and there. And that's the things. But this used to happen when the world was not rely upon the internet and then storage and all the stuff, not computing. They were using the systems for the minimal task. But nowadays, if you look at the increase of the consumption of the computers, hard disks, memory, CPU, RAM, data centers, you see the Gmail, YouTube, Facebook, a lot of application, lakhs of application, and then the cost of the running the data center is increasing. So one of the important elements what you have here is like hardware cost, infrastructure cost, electricity cost, and all the stuff, and operating system license cost and all. So how can you avoid that? If you look at this, the physical utilization, it is not more than 15%. Okay, if I look at my system utilization, let me show you how much I am using it. So if you see that my CPU requirement, as of now I'm having 100% CPU, out of it I'm using only 30% on an average. I'm having 100% memory, and out of that I'm using only 57%. Disk 9%, network 1% of their capacity. Okay, so of the total capacity I'm using only the small percentage of the things. So that is what it used to happen in the physical server world. You set up the large infrastructure, you set up the large physical servers, the utilization is 15%, 20%, 25% and all. So in a simple word, 85% of the resources is getting wasted. And that's a huge wastage, because nowadays, running the everything you are running on the computer. You just look at your world. You start in the morning, you start with the cloud and you end with the cloud. So you have a YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Flipkart, Snapdeal, and Ola, Uber, banking applications like ICICD, SDLC, your emphasis email applications, anything you do, anything you are doing in the cloud. It can be private cloud, it can be public cloud, it doesn't matter, but it's there in the some places. So your utilization is growing to extent which is like, and you are not able to cope up with the adequate server infrastructure, electricity, budget, resource allocations, cost, and many more things. Then that is where the birth of virtualizations has happened. So we started, thinking about, okay, rather than we need a 10 server requirement, so rather than having the 10 server, let's have one physical server, and then let's have a 10 VM virtual machines actually. Okay, virtual machines. So that way what you can do, you can reduce the cost and increase the utilization of the hardware resources and all the stuff. So that way it will help us in terms of cost reductions and things like that. That was a very good plan, and that is the things which we are into right now. We are into the virtualizations world. Wherever we need a machine, we go to the VMware or Zen or AWS or Google Cloud or Azure or any other places, whichever you like it. You go and get the virtual machines and start using it. And that is where we see that the utilization. But here in this model also, if you look at this model, you need CPU, dedicated RAM, dedicated hard disk, plus you need operating system. Again, it's a cost to the infrastructure cost. And then in requirement, the need for the more hardware, more resources, more CPU, more computing is increasing day by day. So how to overcome this one? So again, people have started thinking, okay, can we find a ways in which we can avoid the multiple layer of the operating system and maximize the uses of the CPUs, RAM, and hard disk, and utilize the more in terms of hosting the application than ever before. So in a simple word, if one physical server you are able to hold 10 VMs, that means in a simple word 10 servers, 10 application you are hosting, can we have some kind of thing? So same server, one physical server, using some technology, we can host the 100 application. And that's the purpose of it, because your ultimate purpose is not to have the VMs, but your ultimate purpose is to have to host the app, run the app, efficiently run the app. So how can you avoid the multiple layer of the operating system in the virtualization model, and how can you maximize the CPU, RAM, hard disk, and things like that? So that is where we have got the container technology. From the virtualization, we got the container technology. In the container technology, what is happening here, we are using the you are using hypervisor for the virtualization. Okay, and then in container we are using container services for the container based things. So now hypervisor consume more CPU, RAM, plus it need a hard disk than container based technology. Okay, so one of the advantage what you have it here. Second thing, hypervisor for the each VM you need a different standalone operating system. So if I need a 10 VM, I need a 10 operating system to be bought, 10 license to be bought. A standard operating system has to be there. But here you have one base OS, and on that it will run the hundreds of applications. So that's the beauty of it. Okay, and then top of that there's so many other advantages like speed. You get a let's say you are getting the VMs up and ready in 4 minutes, and in the containers you get the let's say few seconds. So those are the so many features you have here in the using the containers and things like that. Okay, so again I'm sure you're going to explore more about it going forward. Okay, so now you can see that we come out of this physical to virtualization to the container based technology. But the most important thing is like you know that how to use the virtualization. You must have used VMware, VirtualBox, Zen, vSpheres, and a lot of solutions right now. It's available in the market. If you're using the public cloud like AWS, which I'm using as well, Azure, Google Cloud, and so many things, right? But what is the Docker? So Docker, we have so what is the container? So container, we have a solution that is one of the solutions that's called Docker. Okay, so Docker just like one of the product in the containerization product, which will help you to minimize the wastage of the CPU, RAM, hard of that application using the same resources. That's all the technology what we have. In order to have the Docker, you know, in order to work with the Docker, you need to have 4 elements, which is very important. One is Docker engine. Second one is Docker images. Third one is the moment you run this, from where you get the images, so you get that from the registry, and that the moment you run the images, it'll become a container. You call it container. So basically, running state of the image is called as a container. So these 4 things you need it in order to use the Docker technology. So now I'm going to show you the same thing. So if you remember, let me close remaining things. Probably we don't need right now. If you remember, I did install Docker engine using this command. So I have updated this in the morning itself. I added the repository, I installed the Docker engine, enabled the services, and started it. That's all. The first activity is already done. Now I need images. So I need images of what? So you need images from where? So you need the images from the registries, and the registry, which we remember, the hub dot, whether you call registry or repository, whatever you want to call it, it's up to you. Okay. So here hub Docker called registries, but some people do call repository because it's a place where you get the hell lot of images of Docker. Okay, so if you remember, I just searched the Nexus, I downloaded Jira, I downloaded SonarQube, all these images. How can you get it? Through the registries, and these images you have in the local, and the moment you run the images, it'll become a container. And that is what, if you remember here, let me log into the machine, ec2-user sudo -s. If you see there, Docker images, I want to check out the number of images, and you see that on my screen. Okay, I have 4 images. You have Atlassian Jira images, SonarQube images, Nexus images, and Nexus images again with the OSS. So this image is Nexus latest one, and this image is OSS, which is one of the open source Nexus. Okay, so I have 4 images all together. Okay, so now you know that how to install Docker engine, how to get the images. Just you have to pull the images, and from where to get it, from the registry. But once you run the images, these images, and how do you run it? Docker run command. And one you run this image, that will become a container. So now how do you see the number of containers which is running? So I can see that the docker space ps command, which will tell you all the containers which is running. So as of now, I can see that one container which is running from the Jira, for the Jira, which is the first one. 5 years before that I ran it. And another container which I'm running, SonarQube, 5 years again. And third container which I'm running is a Nexus, which is a 4 hours. So that means I'm running the 3 containers. Okay, so these are the containers. So let me tell you, from the one images, you can create as many containers you wanted. One images. So for example, I'm having the 3 containers as of now. If you look at it, let me go to the notepad here. See, if I'm having the 3 containers, docker ps. Okay, I want to run one more container from the same image. Let's use the SonarQube, which is the lightweight applications. So I'm going to use one more from the same image, and this time I'm going to run on 9001, and another I'm going to use on the 9002. So let's have a 2 more container using the same image. So this is the image name, and this is the IP port number mapping. This is the name of the container. Okay. So now I'm going to run. I got it run, and it says 9001 is creating a conflict. I think it's a 9000 SonarQube. Name is a conflict. So I'm going to name it 1, 2. No, 9001 is not creating conflict. Name is creating conflict. Okay, now you have it. It says port is already allocated. That means I have a port which is already allocated. So I'll make it 3, because the moment you run it, that allocation is happened, no matter the container is running or not. Also, I'm finding something difficult. Okay, so here what I'm doing, I'm modifying one port, but here, just a second, which I run, docker run 9001 and 9002. So I have to change it wisely. Let me make it 4, 5. That way it will be 4 here also. Here I'll make it 6, 7. Okay. What I did, the moment you run it, it is occupied. So I have a fix to do that. Yeah. So now you see that you have this containers running on 9 before fixing the other issues, because I did use which I'm trying to avoid it. So I'll tell you how to fix it. But before that, let's access the 9005 first. Okay, 9005.
9697.
Which is the 97?
Yeah, what is it? 9697. The second you have that number, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Just understand the things. I'll tell you. Yeah. So now you have this one. So one of the containers I'm running on 9005. Another containers I'm running on the 9000 port. So basically what I'm trying to say right now, you can run as many containers you want from the single image. In a simple word, if I tell you, you have a one package of your product, which is emphasis 1.0, from that you want to deploy 200 times, just run the 200 times with the new port number and it will run it. That is the beauty of the Docker, and each containers will run in the milliseconds, few seconds actually, 1 or 2 or 6 like that. So just you can imagine and you can visualize the power of deployment. So if you need 100 deployments in a day, so you'll get the 100 deployments in 100 seconds, rather than following the traditional model of the deployment in the longer period of time, probably a day also. Okay, so you can imagine how can you save the time for all that. Okay, so now I'm going to explain you all these commands. So now you see the docker run is the command in which will run and create a container. So as I said, docker, the moment you run the image, it will become a container. So that the running state of the image is becoming a container. So if I tell you docker ps, which will tell you how many containers are running in my machine, ps processes, you can see this only 4 containers are running. and that too 9000, 8081, 9005 and 8085. Out of these four, two of these are SonarQube. So where those all the ports which we said complaint which has occupied, where it has gone? So basically it has gone to the exit state. Exit state means, before that getting into exit state, let me explain you one thing. Whenever you see the commands which is something like this, so docker run is the command to convert the images to the containers. So remember, the container to run, you need to have an image in the same machine, because that's the base actually. If you delete the images, containers will die automatically. So from the one image you can have as many containers. So here docker run is the command to run the image from the image to containers. -d is a daemon only mode, so that means detach only mode. That means you can run these containers in the background without you losing the console. Okay, -- name is the way in which you can give the name to the containers, so that way you can identify which containers you are talking about. -p is the mapping of the port number. So first -p, first port mapping is this first port is an external port, okay, whereas this port is internal to the container. So that means using this port you can access the SonarQube from the outside of the container, and this port is inside the container on which your services SonarQube is running. And that is the reason I am just changing the external port, not internal port, because the internal port for the each containers, it can have a 9000, because I'm not running too many services in that images. But for the outside, the place I'm running the Docker engine, you cannot have the same port mapping with a multiple application. So that's the one thing. So you must be noticing why we are having the two port mapping. One is sufficient, because here you saw one, here in some of the other things you saw one. So why we are having two? So it completely depends on the application. SonarQube requires two things. One is a SonarQube and another is Sonar Scanner, which again need a port to communicate. So that's the reason it required the two mappings. But in opposite to that, Nexus required the only one mapping, and Jenkins again required the two mapping. So probably I have used the two mapping for the Jenkins somewhere in some other places. Okay, so this is completely depends on the application, how many ports they want to be listened on for the what are the kind of task what they have it. So always remember the first port mapping which you see that for the external, and second was the internal to the containers. Okay, so now what you have seen here, me doing it, you have seen it, I have got so many conflicts, where those conflict has gone, where this containers has gone. So that way we will see only the ps-a. A stand for the all. So you can see all the containers which you have in this machine. You can see in this machine you have here you are having it. So some of them are exited, and those who are exited you can see that here. So created, these are exit. Okay, these are exit. These containers got created but never up. Okay, and these and these are running. So these three are running. First one is running, list 2 is created but never ran. So what you can do, you can sorry, so you can clear those containers which is created but it's not running due to some issues. Okay, so how can you delete the containers? It's very simple. Create select the container ID, which is this one, docker rm must delete, and then container ID, and got it done. Docker rm another container ID which I created, done. So now I am going to see the list of containers which is here, and I am having 4, 3 and the 4. So now let's see, all these containers are running, and I want to stop one container now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stop the container which is Nexus now. So docker stop and the container ID, and you see that it got stopped, and if you see that whether it's running, no, it's got exited. So that means the container is exited, and you can verify it's not accessible. Nexus, where is that? Here it is, 8081, right? See, that is not there. So what are you going to do? Do you want to get back that one? Yes, very simple. You have to start that container and then ID, insert, and then PS, and now you see that you have 4 containers running, and you refresh this page. It will take some time. You got it. Okay, so this is the way you can start and stop the containers and delete the containers. Now what you want, considering you want to you have these many containers, and considering you want to do some modification inside the running containers, because the running state of the image is being called as a container, so you have to get inside the container, running container, so you can do the some modification. So what do you want to do? So if you want to get into the containers, then you have to use another command that's called exec. So exegit interactive, and then which containers ID you want to get into that. I want to get inside this container, but what I want to do inside the container, I want to go to the console, which is a bin bash. That's all. So you see that at the root of this IP address, the moment I click on it, I just change root at the rate of this container ID, which is coming from here. So that means I have got inside the containers, which I'm supposed to get into that. And this is, I'm inside the OPT SonarQube. So this is the beauty of the containers. You can do modifications, whatever you want to do, and come out of it, and then you're done. Okay, so now you got back to the root at the rate of your IP address. So this is the way you run the containers. Docker is not a very complicated tool. If you look at the help file, you have very limited commands. Attach and exec, both are the command is a kind of same with a little difference. You can get inside the running containers using the exec, which I showed you. You can also do the same thing using the attach. Okay, if you want to, let me go one by one, so that will be better. Let me copy. Okay, so attach is the same way as you have used exec. So I'll consider this one. Just try it out. Done. Build, I'll tell you later. Create diff, I'll tell you later. Exec, done. History. So let me show you history of the images. So I should go to here, and how many images you have? The Docker images. So you want to see the history of the each images. So image ID is this one, Docker history images. So if you want to see that how many times this images was built and when it was built and what was the changes were made, you're going to check it out here. So here you have a 2 months ago, these are the things got added. 7 days ago, these are the things got added, and all the stuff. So that way you can find out the history of the each images. Okay. So this is done. How can you see the list of images? Yeah.
Rajesh, quick question, like you reference to the container, right? You in the same node you can have multiple containers. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. Same node you can have a multiple containers.
So I mean, as the different people are requesting for the resources, right? I mean, we create in the same node different containers. Is that what the application?
Your question confused me. Can you redefine it?
Yeah, I mean, so, basically, should we call it as instances instead of a container? Multiple instances of SonarQube is running, right?
Multiple instance of the SonarQube is running, that is correct. But when you say what you are running, so basically you are running the container, that is the terminology what we use in the Docker.
Okay, it is same as instance. Container is equal to instance. Is it same?
Kind of, yeah, it's kind of. So when you say virtualization, is call it instance. When you call it in the containerization, you call it the container.
Okay. Okay, so basically all these, let's say if I am having a server, if I own a server on Amazon, so I set up SonarQube as one server, right? So why is there a need for me to set up another SonarQube server with a different port?
Okay, so it's like this. It's like this. Probably you don't need a 2 SonarQube. That is very much correct. But what about if you are working on the one of the application? Let's say, what is your project? Let's say your project name is project 1. Okay, and project 1 need to be deployed 100 times. Okay, so now you will follow what you do. You will have 100 VMs, and each of the VMs you will install the project 1.exe or var or jar or whatever it is, right? And then you will run, and then you will provide that the whole setup to the QA so they can run their automation testings. Now,
correct.
How much time it will spend? Or you will be spending for this? Probably whole day, 2 days, or 3 days, depends on the what exactly the infrastructure you have it, right? Now, using the Docker, what you need to do, you want to convert your project1.var file into the images, and that's a matter of few minutes. And then once you create the images, you can run that images in one of the large server and 100 times, and we can get it in the 100 seconds. So you are here in the traditional way, you are wasting, let's say 8 hours, 10 hours, or 24 hours for the deployment, and here you are getting all the deployments done in 5 minutes.
So you're saying deploy the same image 100 times on the same server, on the same web server or application server.
Yes, I did it. I showed you 3 times I ran the SonarQube, right?
Correct, correct. So then you mean to say different people can access a different version and start their testing. Is that what you're referring
That's
to?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Rajesh, I have a question. So how is that when you stop, earlier you stopped one of the container using ID and you started that using the same ID. Is it not the random ID which generates?
Yeah, so once you convert from the image to container, so you get the unique ID, and each container's ID will be different. It will not be same. But once you create a container, that container ID will remain same for that container always until you delete it. Okay, so if you see that Docker PS, I'm having the 4 containers running, and all the IDs are unique actually. But for this container, you have the same ID, which will be no matter whether it's running or stopped, you'll be having assigned to the same IP address, same container ID.
Okay. And when we are creating these containers, you're saying that the port can be same, right?
For creating the container, internal port can be same. Each containers is running in their own environment, so you do that will not get exposed to the outside of the world. But this port is getting exposed to the outside of the world. Another port is not getting exposed to it. It's internal. So outside it should not, because you are running all the containers in the same machine. So one machine cannot have n number of ports running on for the same application, right? It has to be different.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now these are the things. What is? Yeah. So Docker info. This is the command which will tell you about the statistics of your machines. What is the containers, number of containers you have, how many CPUs you have, what is the architecture you have, total memory you have, and all this information. Apart from this, how many running containers, how many paused, how many stopped, how many images you have, what the server information. So all this basic information about the system and server and the Docker containers, it will be shown by the Docker info command. Okay. Now, what about login, logout? So let me tell you some of the commands which is helpful for the development. So I'll separate it out so that way you can work out. So login, logout is not the command which you're going to try it out now. Pull push, you don't need now. I'm going to tell you for all this stuff. Logout, login, you're not going to need it now. And there's a very few commands, so I don't think so you're going to struggle with it, because very simple concept, just you need to understand and start enjoying it. And
the login, logout is already copied down here.
Okay, yeah. So basically these commands which you can see, this login, logout, push and pull. So if you remember Git, you have used the same concept. Is actually what happens, this place, if you want to, because here you can find Docker Hub. For this, you want to create your own images and you want to upload to this hub.docker.com. You're going to create a login ID, and that is where the login logout will work. Okay, so this is the place you're going to use the login logout. And if you want to push your own images, then you're going to use the Docker push command. If you want to pull some images, which I have tried it already so many times, you're going to push and then up you're going to pull it. So this is the command which will help you to this one. Now, if you want to delete the container, so we have tried it already, this one, Docker RM. If you want to rename the containers, then you're going to try this one. You're going to restart the containers, then command is very simple, Docker restart and the container ID. Okay. Apart from that, if you want to stop the container, then I just did stop. If you want to start the container, then use the Docker start and then container ID. You want to tag the container, so let me put it this one separate, because I'm going to keep it separate for you guys. This is system. I wish classification should have been done, but it's not too many commands, so there's no much of the things are required here. Version and info. I'll get it from here. Yeah, so this two command will tell you about the Docker information, like what is the Docker version you are using or what is the system information you are having. And then apart from that, these commands like build and commit, I'm going to put it here. Okay, and okay, so now this is more useful. So now these are the normal traditional Docker commands. Okay, these are the repository level commands where you're going to log in, log out, push, pull, and all the stuff. And these are the creating the images command. So you can create your own images using the Docker build command, or you can create an image also using the Docker commit commands also. So I'm going to do that also for you, but let's understand some of the things here. So if you want to start the containers, you have to start command, you have to stop the command. If you want to know the statistics of the any live containers, then stats will give you that. So Docker space stats and then containers ID, and that will give you this all this stuff. If you want to see the number of containers running processes, then you write the Docker space top space the container ID, and then you get it. If you want to pause it, then you have to, if you want pause means, you know, you can make it idle, something like this. So you can do Docker space pause space the container ID, and if you want to unpause it, then you have to Docker space unpause and then container ID. Okay, so these are the things which is a very simple command to know that. If you want to delete any images, then you have to use the RMI. So let me delete some of the images. Docker PS, I'm having, as of now you see that SonarQube I'm running 2 times, Nexus I'm running 1 time, Atlas and Jira I'm running 1 time, so I don't need Atlas and Jira, so I'm going to delete RMI, and Docker images I did not list it down, so I need to list it down. So I have 4 images, one of this I'm deleting this one. So Docker RMI, and it says unable to delete, or error response for the daemon conflict, unable to delete can't be forced. Why? Because the image is already used by the running container. So what you have to do, because I showed you before, here this image is being used, so I have to stop it. Docker stop, I just did it. Yes, and then Docker RM, I need to delete the container first, and then I can use that delete the images. You can delete the forcefully also, but if you do the forcefully, your system container, the running containers will automatically disappear, and you will have some problem in the system sometime. I have experience, not all the time. So now if you see that Docker images, and now the image is gone of Jira. So that's the way you can try it out. Okay, so these are the regular commands you can use. As you can see, this like not a great commands, history, images, imports where you can import the tarball into the images and all sort of things you can try. So as it's a one-liner explanation is also given, so you can try all this stuff and then use it. Now important things, that's okay, you have we have tried n number of ways in which we are using the containers, but how we are going to build the images, that is important, because you also want to build the images. So building the images again is very easy. There's a two ways actually. Either you build the images, let me open up my PPTs, I need some command first from that. I have deleted all this, no problem, it's there in my portal. Okay, so there's a two ways in which you can generate your own images. One is like modifying the existing one, which existing one is the one image which you are running here. You are running the n number of containers, so these are the containers. Using that you can create a new images, and you can create a new images using the Docker file also. So how can you create a new images from the running containers? So first you run the containers, the one which you did it, and then get inside the containers, whatever you want to do it, and then Docker commit have an M and all the stuff. So let me create a new containers from the running containers which I'm having right now. So this is the command. I will make it a little bit better. 16. So now this is the command Docker commit, and I want to do something like test. Okay, and who's the author? So of course me. And what is the container ID which I want to create it, which I want to run. So I need to list out the container ID. So I want to create a SonarQube container ID, and here it is. And then what is the name of I want to give? So MPS, I want to give it the name. V2 is a tag, so let's leave it as of now. It's not needed too much, and that's all. And enter. And now you see that one container got developed. If you see one image got developed, now if you see that Docker images, and if you see that one MPS has come. So you can create an image just like that from the running containers also. But you also would like to create images from the author, and what command you want to run inside that. So these are some of the sample commands you want to run it, and then all the commands you have to run in this format. From maintainer run is the kind of pattern which you has to be there in the Docker file, and then once you have a Docker file ready, you're going to find out more actually about this. This is a very basic. Okay, so once you have a pattern ready, you run this command docker build -t, and that this is the name of the images, and this is the tag of the image, and where is your Docker file. So Docker file is in my current directory, so that's a dot, and then your image will be created. So, and then once image will be created, this you can run it the way you want it. I have shown you a number of times, and then you start using it. Okay, so this is the way also. Let me create it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the whole command, and I'm making simplified this one from, let it be Ubuntu maintain, and of course me, I just want to apt, because I'm using base Ubuntu. That's the reason I have to use the apt get update, and rest of the things I just don't want to do that. I just want to install git. Okay, that's all, and that's all. nothing else. So here, this is the basic file, okay, and I'm going to store in the Docker file. And save it. And last command which I should run, this one, I'm going to frame it here, Docker build, and the name of this, let's say MPS1. I don't need to tag it, it's not required to unnecessarily, it will confuse you, and that's all. So done. So now it's creating an image from the scratch. So base is Ubuntu, top of that I want the in the containers image I want to Git to be installed, and at the same time update should happen. So its update is happening now, you can see that, and end of it within a few minutes it will be having one image is created. So this is the way you can create the images. There's a two ways, as I said, existing containers or the from the base. How can you write the better example programs in the Docker file? So in the Google you have a hell lot of reference in that. It's not a very difficult to learn. Only 12 to 14 patterns are there in which you can do almost everything whatever you want and enjoy the things. See, my image is created, Docker images, and I have an MPS1 image which I can run it whenever I want it and things like that. Any questions? Any questions, guys?
No, right.
Okay, so what we are going to do, we have 1 hour time, and I would like you to do some lab on the Docker front. So you guys have a system in front of you, or you are just in the meeting room or something?
A few of them we have, Rajesh.
Okay, so
we'll not be able to install and download anything because we are in a ODC.
Can you please tell me what is the questions? I could not hear you.
No, we are in the ODC, Rajesh, so we will be not able to download and install through command prompt.
Okay, no problem. So what you're going to do, it's very simple. I think you might have seen me doing it a lot of times today. It's not great things. All the instructions you can find it on my portal, which is devopsschools.com tutorials Docker. Here you have all these things from the start to end. Lab, you have it. You have FAQs, you have it. Some exercise, you have it. HTML reference, you have it. PDF reference, you have it. So please go ahead, try, see that, ask for the infrastructure or lab infrastructure, try some labs, and then if it's get handy, then you'll start, enjoying more than, just by seeing me doing it all the time. So apart from that, if you have any questions, I can help you to answer. I have a 1 hour of time, more than 1 hour, I think 1 hour to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I have a question, Rajesh.
Yeah, please.
Manjunath here, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Can you show us an example on how to deploy a application to a Docker container? I have a WAR file, let's say, right? Can you show an example to deploy that application on a container?
Yeah, so let me write this simple things. Here what we have done, let me find a base. So just see me doing it. I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, so now I need a base Red Hat. So let's see, Docker file Red Hat base. Any other question meanwhile?
Just a general question, Rajesh. So how this is like DevOps, this container or Docker is Docker is different from the like cloud service images. We have like cloud configurations, we say, right? Most of the times, many of the other applications we're using from the cloud service. How is that differ from this Docker?
It's like again, as I said, like this Docker technology to save and maximize the utilization of the CPU hardware and all the stuff. So if you want to, as I said, like you want to deploy in one day with the maximum infrastructure or less span of time with the little infrastructure. So it's completely upon you actually. Okay.
Okay.
So again, if you start using it, you will see the power of this thing, because I guess you have used the what do you say, virtualization, but you have not used the Docker. So just start using it and you will start visualizing that how can you save the RAM, how can you save the CPU, how can you save the operating system cost and things like that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm looking for the base operating system Red Hat. So I think I got it. This is the name of it. Let me verify, because Ubuntu is open source, Red Hat is okay. So what I do, let's not get into the Red Hat. Let's use the CentOS. Okay, so that's better. CentOS is a Red Hat only, but open source category. CentOS. Oh, it was there actually. Docker CentOS from. Yes. CentOS is better because you get the free of cost and you get all the functionality. So do you see somewhere is a Docker file is written? Here it is. So Docker file from scratch, maintainer. Okay, so I'm using CentOS 7 as a base, and what I want to do, I want to update it, and same time I want to install the Git. And what you said, you want to run Tomcat, right? Correct?
So basically, I want to deploy a web application on a container. Tomcat.
Okay. Yes. So what I have to do, first you have to create images using the web containers. So I am creating the web, your images on the CentOS, and I'm updating it, the system, and then installing it Git, and then again I am running the installing the Tomcat, and after that run a wget, and where's that? Just a second. Where is the Nexus repository, which is here, and my war file, I have not pushed my war file, right? So let me push the war file first. GitHub. I'm pushing the WAR file in the Nexus that way, because every time package you can find the Nexus or Artifactory or NuGet or something like this. So let me push it to the done. Okay, so now everything is done. Command line cd mbn deploy. I hope you know that what I'm doing. If not, please ask me. Okay, so build successful. It got uploaded to my repository, which is Nexus, and it should be released one. So here it should be, and now it's not released one. Let me verify. Yeah, it is released one. So it should come here. Where is gone? It's gone to repository mph. This is the mph? No, sorry. mph is here. Com, box fuse, samples, hello, 1.0, and this is the location. Okay. So now this is the war file. I'm going to download to the where. So CentOS Tomcat location. So I'm going to install Tomcat. Which version? Let me verify. Tomcat 7. If I'm going to install, then I am going to deploy the location under this one, and prior to easily found under this one. It's late. This was the location. I mean, change. I found this. I found it in the this location. 1, 2. Currently. Okay, one more search because the thread is not clear. Tomcat 8 location in Red Hat. Which Tomcat you have used? 7 or 8?
7.
So what is the location, default location? Okay, let me try in the same machine. Rather than searching in the Google, I should try in the same machine. Just a second, give me 2 seconds. AC2-user. Okay, so I'm installing yum install Tomcat 8 and no package available. 7. Wonderful. Tomcat. Wow. So Tomcat is there, but not 7 and 8. But which Tomcat is there? Okay. And I am going to find out etc init.d Tomcat services must be there. Wonderful. There's no Tomcat services. So next system ctl start Tomcat. Wonderful. ps-grep-i Tomcat. So it should be home is Catalan home, this one. Web app. Okay, so this is the place where I should copy everything, if I'm not wrong, or org. Let me. Do you have any idea where do you copy the WAR file, under the web app or work?
Under web app,
right? Okay. So I'm just copying those web app to here. Okay. So what I'm doing now, my command is almost got ready. I'm installing the JDK 1.7. I'm installing the Tomcat, and I'm downloading the WAR file to that location. This is the location, but I need to wget download to specific directory. P. P prefix. Okay, so hyphen P. So hyphen P, this one and that one. Okay, so my command is ready. So from container run this one, and running this one. Now I have to run the container. So just a second, docker run docker file example. Most of the things ready.
once you deploy this, right, can you share that file, whatever you're creating?
This one?
Yeah, I mean, once you complete the deployment.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. Encrypt environment. If you want to see here, all these options, only these many options are there. It's not very difficult to do that. Run, execute the commands. That's what I'm using, running the command here. From maintainer environment, if you want to send any environment variable, you can do that. The command run on the container start to CMD. This is what I was looking for. So CMD, CMD, and then systemctl start Tomcat. That's all. So this is the stuff, and now I'm done with it. So I think it should be good. Maintainer run add working directory home is not required. Okay, so I'm done with it. So this is my Docker file. I'm going to do what? I'm going to run this Docker file in my code, which is here. So vi docker file done, save. Now you remember the command which I ran, docker build, and the name of is Tomcat for you. Okay, and that's all. Okay, user shared Tomcat, unknown instructions. There's some instruction which is unknown. Okay, so this is should come here actually. Yes. Again, some problem. Two lines is not taking, I guess. No problem, we'll do that. Response from daemon, users share Tomcat web apps. Okay, let me try first running without -v, and then we'll try, because I don't know the command is correct or not. I'm not passing this one.
I think that command which is group of comments.
Okay. Let me get rid of this one. Okay, so everything is okay now. It's building the images. Now it's extracting the CentOS base images because I just did it, and it's very fast in my machine because it's a download speed is superb. But in local it will take some time, maybe probably 2 hours or something in your local VM.
Rajesh.
Okay, so the location is different in this machine. So if you want to know that the different machines has a different locations, it depends on the driver actually. So I have one articles which I have written for this, and Docker location in FAQ. Location. So you just refer this article, you'll have all the answers for you. So for the CentOS, it is under somewhere in this location here, but all the different location, different storage type will be having different. So now it's under creation. Under the Red Hat, you will get under this. Okay, so yes, so there's some problem. The problem here is like yum update and yum install get return non-zero code. So let me check if we have the images. So that means Git could not get installed due to some issues. I could get the images which is here, but it did not happen successfully. So what could be the reason? No problem, we can troubleshoot. And this last command which it could not run, this one. So yum install git, it should have been done actually. There's no reason I find for that. Run install git. Let me manually run this command and see if it's working. Okay, so there's no reason for this. This command is working. So I'm running it once again. Steps 3, it got some issues. Run yum update, run yum install. It's probably the issues is with here, yum update. So it's going to the mirror where it's updating. So I can skip the update for time being. fine like that. Any other questions
Yum
in between? I
update
can.
Rajesh, what is that? Yum update? Is it app update or application updates in the system?
It's from the base box we are updating. So you are updating the base image actually. So here, if you are not using the base image, then you will have to try Scratch, but a Scratch will not be having anything. So it's good to use the base image. Any questions meanwhile, if I can answer? Guys, any questions? Are you there with me?
Hey Rajesh, Yum update is like okay.
Okay, so it's updating upgrade one package, total download size this one, exiting on a user command. So is this transaction saved? Okay, so probably there's some issues with it. Yum update. Non-zero code. So probably this is not happening. Why is it not happening? So let me skip it, this Yum update, because it's needed actually, because the Tomcat sometime you won't get without Yum update. So I'll skip it this line for time being and proceed further. Maybe some mirror issues because it's hitting to the mirror and it's trying to download some file and it's not able to get it, and it's ending up with the error actually. So image is getting created. I can see that image got created, but it's not in the full conditions. Yeah, any other questions? No? Guys, are you with me? Any other questions if you have, I can answer.
No, Rajesh.
Okay. So let me upload all the notes of the training. Okay, it's a mirrored issues actually. I can see that here. So you have a mirrored issues here, and mirror is not available or maybe it's not stable. Total download size 53 MB, install size 196. Is it okay to continue? There's some issues with that, so mirror issues not allowing, so we'll have to fix that issues. Okay, but the same things with the little modifications you can work. This is the Docker file containers. If you want this Docker file example, you can find it the hell lot of Docker file examples on github.com. So if you want to install the let's say you want to install the what? Tomcat. So Docker file Tomcat, and here it is. So here you Docker file for the JDK and Tomcat is for Tomcat. It is for the Tomcat Java Weldify. So people write it the Docker file the way they need it, and they start installing it out and all kind of things. So here you see the Docker file is from Ubuntu base. Again, this is the guy who has written what they are doing. They are calling some of the Ubuntu libraries they are adding to the EPT, and then running the again curl and stuff like that. Some of the things. It's very simple. It's just like if you have done the bash scripting, same thing you have to do here. just the thing will change. It's like a run, environment, add, and all those sort of things. Nothing else. Here, if you remember the internal IP address, this is the internal IP address with the exposure. Entry points is for the services when you run the images, I'll become a container. What the services should run. So this is the things it should run. So you can copy, try it out, and enjoy things like that. Here, CentOS also you can find out. Here it is. It's not empty. Here it is, Docker file. So you can install, and here is getting installed MS SQL, or this for MS SQL actually on Ubuntu. No, this is MS SQL. So like that you can find it, a lot of things. It's not very difficult to write it. Just you have to test it very carefully, and that's all. Okay. Okay. So last thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to share the notes, all the notes which I have used in this program. Online editor. Okay, so I'm going to upload all the contents, whatever I have talked about today. If you have any questions, I would love to help you. All the materials you can get on the devopsschools.com. If you could not find anything, please send me an email. Everyone has my email address. My email address is rajesh@stmgalaxy.com. And any questions, any things, you're going to send it to the skill speed coordinators as well, and all that stuff. So. And I'm going to share this one. Just please note it down. I'm replying to everyone, to entire audience, this URL. You'll get it this immediately. Please keep these things ready. Any questions before me wrapping up this class?
Rajesh, how do you integrate, can we integrate this Docker with Jenkins?
Of course, yes. I did not did anything great, but what you can do, just call this command docker, okay, run. So let me copy this commands somewhere. Docker, sorry, history, grep -i docker grep run. So these are the commands I run, right? Nothing great about it. And you can call through the Jenkins as many times. Here, detach, publish, that's the only thing which will change IP address. So what you do is very simple. Just $, build number, or any number, whatever you feel like. I just give you the hints, what you can do with it. This image will be the same. Your image will be emphasis. Okay. Detach mode, it will be always changing and running on the containers. And now using this command docker-ps, and then cut the moment you run the command docker -ps, then you have a containers here, right? What is the port which you're running? Okay, so cut this containers port and get this and append to the IP address dot the whatever the you cut it from the last command, append here, let's like a port, and then send an email to everyone. Little bit of the scripting and you can do that everything. Send an email. Got it? So now
Okay.
if you want to run 100 times, so just put it in the loop -I 100, something like that. Okay, then like this 5, no sorry, what is this, done, right? I think done. So like this, you can do something like this, or here only you can put it instead of that build number, you can put the for loop itself. So there's a lot of ways you can do automation just with a little bit of the efforts.
And Rajesh, I have one question. Now currently, for example, in our environment, say we have 5 instances, for example, okay? 5 instances are running, either it can be author instance, publish instance. And when we are doing the Jenkins job, right? The Jenkins is deploying the packages to all the instances, like 4 or 5 we have, right? So, I mean, if we use this one, the Docker and container, how it differs? It is like still as anyway Jenkins is doing that job. If I use Docker here, I mean, what help I will get?
Jenkins will be doing the job in a ways like, see, if you have a 5 deployments, I don't think so there's a need for going you to get into the Docker. It is good if you want to implement the new technology, but it's 5 is too less for the Docker, because you won't save much of the things. If you are installing deploying the hundreds of boxes, and then you can save good amount of the RAM, CPU, and OS operating system cost, and then time. So those are the things you can get it. But still, if you want to save time, there's the only thing which I can see here right now, benefit time. So if you're deploying in the 1 hour, you can reduce the time, let's say 5 or 6 minutes using the Docker. That's one benefit I can see there.
Okay, but even if like Jenkins also, it is not taking much time. That's what like I was confused here.
Okay, then I think it's not serving. As I said, no, it depends on the use case. It's not always you have to go to this tool or that tool. See your requirements. If you are not saving time, resources, money, and cost, I mean all this stuff, so there's no sense of going you to get into the new tools. But
yeah,
at least you should know if the requirements get changed and you are losing lots of money and lots of resources and the times and all, then you should consider some of the automations. But as of now, as you said, it's a 5 deployment. It's just a matter of few minutes. It's not making any sense you going and implementing the Docker.
Yeah. Okay. Got that. Thanks, Rajesh. And any like other enterprise tools or something we have for this DevOps? Or
we have so many tools actually. So there's one collections I have made it actually, DevOps. Tools collection, SCM Galaxy. Here it is. So here I am having update. I am not updated from last few months. Probably I will do that after this training. Here you can see that all these tools which I have is important for the DevOps. I have put it here. So if you want to look at it, please spend some time here. That might help you.
Okay.
Each of these are linked.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Rajesh.
Oh, this is not okay. I will correct it. No problem. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Rajesh.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay guys, so let's wrap it up if you have no further questions. And it is very nice time while I'm interacting with you guys from after 2 months. You guys have not sent any questions. Yeah, please send it to me if you have anything in future, and I would love to help you guys for anything. In fact, I'm learning from you guys only, because if you are sharing some of the ideas, I'm googling that inside my my mind, like how can we solve that problem. So that's way I can learn from you guys also. So please reach out to me for anything as such, and also skill speed coordinators and all for the any training requirement. And we'll see you soon. Yep. Yep. Bye everyone. Have a nice evening.
Hi Rajesh, able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Sir, we were just asking, Shashi is asking the last session material and all you have uploaded in Google Drive, right?
Which material? Can you remind me what were the sessions last time? I just missed out completely. Was it Git or something like this?
Yeah, it was Git.
Hello?
Yeah, Git, Maven, Jenkins.
Okay. Jenkins, and today we had a Docker also. So all these materials you can download it from this place, which is called tutorials under the DevOps.com. And suppose if you want to get download the Git materials, you click on this, and these all are downloadable links. Actually, you can download all this PDF file from here. If you want to download from the Jenkins, just come to the Jenkins section, which is here, and you can download from all these places, which is here, PDF file. If you want to download for the Docker, which you can again come to this place, Docker, and you can download from this here again. So the reason I'm keeping here, because DevOps, the technology and the things are getting changed every 6 months. So that way I keep updating all this file due to my number of training requirements. So that way you find the information here, which is up to date most of the time.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Rajesh.
Yeah. Any other question, guys?
Shall I ask the Yeah, that's all, Rajesh. Thanks a lot. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, same here. Bye,
Hey,
everyone,
Rajesh,
guys.
Thank you so much. This is
Yeah,
much enough.
thanks, Rajesh. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Shashi, is there any way that attendance, how are you going to take it? Hello?
Yeah, we have the list of participants. We will be sharing that.
Okay. Right.
And Rajesh, whatever the material you have used, what is that link you updated?
DevOpsschools.com. Let me give it to you through chat to everyone.
Okay.
Okay, guys, have a nice evening. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Okay, Rajesh.
Creed of marriage.